So we're gonna step into this one. I'm not gonna lie. On this set, if you have extra raising, so I only have one, so I don't want to use it here. If I had to pick one, I'd use it on 61, maybe 71. But if you have the raising, I highly recommend here, because there's a couple things in here that can get a little tricky, and actually one of the first things we're going to pull can wipe me right away, and we'll explain it as we go in. But this set, typically for me, it's not too bad. We do get very picky on specific enemies, so it makes it a little bit better. The boss is one of the first bosses to kill me. My very first attempt, I ended on this set, learning the boss, so we'll definitely explain the boss. I will explain it my way. There are more detailed ways to do it, but I'll explain it my way, and I'll kind of go over the detailed ways of how to handle it, but, you know, I'll just do it my way. So, that's what we got for 51+, so shall we go in? We are staying with these cave floors, so, you know, mind that. Also continuing to keep the food in. Let's go into 51+. Wish me luck that I don't die right away, because I might die right away. I'm gonna get a strength up, I think, yeah? Alright, so, the one thing that could kill me here is the Ymirs. I highly recommend you avoid them as much as possible, because they are going to be a nightmare for especially a ranged class. I'm gonna pull one. The very first move is called a Gila Charge, which is a spikes move. I'm gonna respect it right now. So what happens here is that spike's an ice spike, however it's a damage reflect. If you hit it with the spikes on with physical, you are instantly dead. It's a one-shot. So you need to full respect that thing. If I could demonstrate it to you, I would, but not in the move because I don't have reason. So, amongst anything else, I would highly recommend you skip this. I'm spamming escape because I will not target him. That is something I do for Behemoth. You can also unsheath, but that is my paranoid way of pulling it off. So we will not really fight any more of those, if I can help it. Alright. So now, next full is going to be Oceanus, which is like the 170 boss in Palace of the Dead. Lovely. It's going to do a Tank Buster into a point-blank AoE, immediately followed by an AoE on me. And that's its rotation. Very similar to the 170 boss. I'm going to check that treasure in a second. That is also sight. A lot of these are sight, including the ice sprites that you see up here. That's brilliant. Okay, love it. We also have sharks and we have ice sprites. Let me just check the other room first before we continue this way. Hey, Byako. Doing well. Thank you for asking. Alright, Rockffins. I need a line of sight for the Rockffin, so I'm kind of checking the room here. Okay, we have a good one. Its first move is going to be a gap closer kind of thing, so we need to make sure that we have a line of sight. I cannot stop it, I cannot stun it. Aqua Spear. But make sure that we are line of sighted here. Boom, good line of sight. It'll also do a double attack Jaws, but not too much of a concern, really. This is a patrol, this is sight. These are pretty scary. Again, you have to plan for that line of sight like we were in the previous set. Definitely respect those. Make sure that you know where to run if in case you have to fight them. Those are another ones that I would try to avoid to fight if I could help it. Thank you for your Odin match. Hey, oh cool! Yeah, no problem. I hope it helped. I hope it made sense. And thanks for passing by to let me know. Alright, we're not going that way. So the exit is with the treasure room, so it kinda sucks. But it is what it is. Ymir, stay there. Byako, I hope you're doing well, man. It's been a minute. Hope things are going well. Have you looked into diving into this content on your end? Yeah, everyone's good. I almost pulled everything. We do have a shark that's floating around. Right there. I'm gonna eliminate the shark so it doesn't become a problem. Gonna be a good line of sight here, reverse line of sight. Meaning I use this side to avoid, now I'm gonna use the opposite side to avoid. Okay, target is not in line of sight, so we're good there. Error message good. Alright, now I'm gonna pull an ice sprite. Very, very, very important about ice sprites. Definitely know where your targeting enemy list is on your HUD. Mine is on the left side of the screen. What will happen when we kill this is that it'll do a self-destruct. And you cannot target it, but you'll see it on your enemy list. if you're standing near this thing when it dies, you are dead as well. It is a one-shot, so we are running away from this very far. Not that far. You'll see the explosion, I think, from this angle, how far it might be. So, about like a typical point-blank AoE distance. But be very careful, that thing is definitely there to trick you. And please do not die to that thing. I have died to that thing myself. Sucks. And we have a Lethargy, which actually a Lethargy is super nice. It will slow everything down in terms of all the attacks and the auto attacks, but more importantly the casting abilities are going to be slowed down. So a good example here will be with the Oceanus. So watch the first ability here, it's going to be really slow. And actually, while I have the Lethargy on, I will demonstrate one specific thing that is going to be worth noting. Worth demonstrating here. We're going to pull an Ice Smite on purpose. I'd rather fight these anyway. Watch your Ricochet. So, all the abilities are slow casting. All the auto attacks, all the charge-ups. This will include the self-detonate, the hyperthermal combustion. So again, look at my left side where it says Orthos Ice Sprite. That is where you're going to see the ability. Now, in Lethargy, this is a little annoying because it'll take a much longer time for this thing to explode. So look at the time. And we can't leave the floor. This thing doesn't register as a kill until this thing dies. So it kind of sucks, but it is what it is with Lethargy. So highly recommend, if you're getting close to the exits, to probably not you know, just automatically pull something, and also just to take respect on that one, because you may have to kill extra because of that that mechanic. That's one of the downsides to having a Lethargy on. Did I? Yeah. The generic for walking, I think it is /. Mine is I think mine is /. I think it might be /. Right, off we go to the next floor. Next floor is flighted. Progress has been slow, but I'm loving the exploring EO. Good to hear it, Biako. Good to hear it, man. Okay, I'm gonna pull the Oceanus, because again, I would rather fight that than a Ymir. The Ymir is gonna give me a little anxiety if I pull another one. You have your Machinist on 51? Yo, let's go, dude. We just started the file. Rockffin should be okay to pull. I think I have a line of sight here, so I'm gonna pull him, and I'm gonna fight him right where I am, right here. We should have a good line of sight on this position here. A little tight, but we got there. We had the line of sight. Again, that's a one-shot if I get hit with that, so... this way. Let's copy with... Yeah, do it. We have a Dread Beast. I will respect the movement on the Dread Beast. First, I'm going to wait for him to move. It is a sight aggro. I can see where he goes first, and then we'll try to check the chest. Hey, you have to just LOS its center point, you know? And if you're talking like details and specifics, you just have to LOS its center point. It is moving. I'm gonna wait to see if it turns around. Sometimes it can. It does not. Alright, we're gonna check the chest. It is a side aggro. I do feel, I don't know if anyone else can confirm this, I do feel the Dread Beasts move a little bit slower than your typical enemy. Maybe because they are big, but they do feel like they move a little bit slower in terms of like their cooldown on moving compared to the other things. Fortune... No, I don't really have to use that. Let's try to find something that isn't a Ymir. Good thing all I see is Ymirs. Oh, we have the Banshee. Like, the Banshee are going to be good pulls. They are proximity. Oh, we have Storms. We could also plan a Storms out. So, I can just do a Banshee here. I'll pull. So the only thing it's going to do is that it's just going to do a Conal. Really easy dodge. And really simple enemy here. I'm going to fight that. I'm also going to blow up the Ymir here. We'll probably fight a normal one later. Again, 80% on the aggro, 70%. Okay, so I'm gonna go around it because it will aggro if I kind of get close to it. If it is at 80%, it will aggro. If it's under 80%, it will not aggro. Checking these chests, I could use a raising, so I'm gonna take some time to do this. Light again. I mean, not gonna argue. Oh, we got Onion Knight. Alright, so we are set for the final 2 bosses, that's for sure. You also have 1 raising? Yeah, I would raising here if I had like 3 of them, but I don't, so I'm gonna have to hold on to this raising. This thing doesn't want to cooperate. I think it'll aggro. Yeah, I'm gonna just pull it. I'm gonna watch out for the AoE here, for its ability, but it's not gonna use it because Doga's gonna smash him. It could be the first move out of this Petrify, so be careful, but we might kill it in time, so it'll be okay. Thankfully, Doga doesn't die when he kills him, when he fights him. Alright, next floor is flighted. We'll do another Banshee probably normally in the next floor, so we've seen one of everything. Also, it does feel like the demi-clones starting from this set are of a higher frequency, so just keep that in mind. Why that's the case, I don't know, it just is the case. So don't feel too bad about using those demi-clones. I will get rid of this Rockffin. Let me check the chest first. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the Rockffin. I'm gonna position myself in a good spot. Right about here should work. LOSing. Okay, target not in line of sight. Full respect, no need to push the damage. It's something that can one-shot you. We're gonna let the Rockffin go, we'll pull the Leech. The Leech is nothing eventful. The Leech just basically does a point-blank vulnerability down. Not too complicated, really easy enemy to fight. It would be bad to fight them kind of back to back. They are sights, but they're not too bad to deal with. Also, if you're kiting, there's a good chance you actually would avoid the AoE, which is right there. If you saw the little green smoke, that was the vulnerability, but we were away from it, so we didn't even get hit with it. So, pretty good enemy to fight for a Machinist in particular. There's that thing. So now I got hit with that Acid Mist. 15-second vuln down, but not really too crazy. I'm gonna pull the Banshee. Gonna show you that it is proximity. Actually, that's not a good way to show you that it's proximity. Hold on, let me get to the other side. Let me just run in front of it. Totally proximity. Right, let's go over here. Oh, he just moved again. Little piece of crap. Oh, good angle. Alright, so I'm gonna walk here. I'm gonna go to the side. If it aggroes, it's proximity. Boom, proximity. All it does is a conal. Really easy enemy, unlike its friendos in Heaven on High. Nice wall trap over there, but we're not panicking, it's fine. There's another Dread Beast here? Cool. Good thing I didn't see it on the chat log yet. Gotta watch out, because I know there's the doggo coming behind me. It's the exit. Intuition, I'm not gonna use it because I don't have to. Keep an eye on the Dread Beasts. I'm gonna pull the Oceanus, because if I try to get the chest, I will deal with the Ymir. Again, I also have to pay attention because I have to deal with the doggo that's gonna be coming in real soon. Oh, not the doggo, I'm sorry, the shark, right, shark. Patrol. Okay, Ymir moved. 2 intuitions, great. I made a bit of a problem here. Okay, the shark is sight. That's what I want. I wanted to demonstrate that it was like, that's why I did that, obviously. The exit. Okay. Good first 3. So far, so good. Staying on high alert because I don't have that raising on. A little sus this time. Alright. Steal again. I'll use that later. More Ymirs. And a Leech. I'm not going to go this way because there's nothing here. So we'll come back for the steal. More Ice Sprites, Banshees. Let's pull the Banshee because it'll probably be in my way. I'm gonna pick up that steal later. I think one common thing that I've watched some people do is that they see the buff, they just pop it immediately. One reason I'm going to delay on the use because I still have like 4 minutes of steal on, so there isn't really any reason for me to use it right now. I'd rather get the maximum duration of it. So we will delay the use of it. Definitely, you know, maximize your protomanders. Get the most out of them. Alright, pull in the Ice Sprite. Again, we have to be careful because of the explosion. But here I'm going to be going away from it, so I don't have to worry too much about that explosion. Moving away. Look at my left side, hypothermal combustion. Boom, dead. Alright, might aggro something with this chest, we'll check. Negative. Dude, I'm doubling up on a lot of protomanders right now. There was a Yabby that I will pull, so I can demonstrate to you what it does. It does a kind of a scary ability, where it'll do an AoE. Oh, I'm sorry. It'll do... I think it's an AoE. No, it does a... I don't know... Not sure if it hits other people, but anyway. It'll do an ability that will put a weight on you, which it can be blocked with a shield, and it's notable because if you have Une, she will pop a stone skin on you, so you can't block the ability. But it'll do a weight followed by Tail Screw. Tail Screw will drop your HP to 1 if it gets hit. It's kind of designed for a little bit of a wombo combo. But, you know, if you already know beforehand, if you're in motion, you will avoid that ability. Rest. Oh. Dang. The call of your name, Yabby, called you out from the depths of your dreams. Wasn't the Yabby here? I saw the Yabby here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So when pull it so I can demo, this is Yabby. You're gonna see a weight come on me. I'm gonna be in motion here. I'm gonna be in motion here. AoE comes in. As long as you're in motion, you're fine. If you're sprinting, you'll have a little bit more time to get out of that AoE. Again, that will not one-shot you. It'll come pretty damn close because it'll put you to 1% HP. Rather, 1 HP. Now, I'm not 100% sure when it uses the second one, since we have a damage down. I'm gonna stay in motion here just in case it uses it again. You know, one reason some people ask me, why do you move around so much? Why do you always, like, why don't you stand still? Because I'm paranoid. And then you have enemies like that will kill you if you stand still. 30 seconds? Thank you, Willow. There you go. Willow Greed, everyone. 30 seconds for the cooldown on that ability. Here. If you have a shield, that is right. Yep. And in this case, Une is the one that would be relevant to the conversation. Because she can give you a stone skin if you are using her. But other than that, you know, you're not going to really get a shield from the Machinist. So I know I have 2 patrols that are floating around somewhere. Let's see if they're close. Oh, you want to pull this way? I'm going to position myself near the steel-ish. Nope. changing my mind because we have the shark. I'm gonna fight here. Again, I need to be conscious about the fact that this thing does explode. He's coming this way. Again, when you do the kill shot, it's not dead yet. So I don't know if we need another kill or not for the exit, but I'm running away from it. Yeah, we don't. Let's see if I can get around this shark from this position here. We gotta pick up the steel. And off we go to the next floor. I will Affluence, because I really would like to pick up another Raising. So we're gonna Affluence just to help us out. Trying to keep it at 2. Don't have to do it, but it's something just to help our Protomanders out. Time check, we're pretty good. The main time check I'll do is how we are on the 5th floor. If we have over 30 minutes, fantastic, go at your normal pace. If you're under 30 minutes, you gotta go faster. So we are currently over 30 minutes. Also, this is now an auto heal floor, which means it is a free thing to storms, so we will take advantage of that. I will do a fortune into a safety, as opposed to a sight here. I will immediately storms, and then we'll just pick away at everything. It is flighted, so let's just kill everything. Be careful of the sprites. Strength. We have a Mimic Room of Mimics, which we just did a lethargy on. I mean, just did a storm on. Oh wait, they aggro, right? Yeah, they aggro. They still aggro. Good demonstration. I just remembered someone mentioning that even though they're low HP, they don't give a crap. They'll still aggro you, so they bypass the rule of that one. Yeah. Alright, Une. They don't care. They don't care about mechanics. I was gonna run in the middle and be like, look at me! And then I'm like, wait a minute, cancel that. Change my mind. That's a lot of chests. Witching? I'm gonna hold on to that witching. Can we get the Onion Knight hat trick? Maybe. So we don't want a Serenity, obviously, because they start healing. Let's see. Steel, good. Lethargy, alright. Safety. Where's the strength? There was a strength here, right? Alteration. Is the time check difference on tank? No. The thing I laid out is not. I would do the same exact criteria, but the difference between a tank and a DPS is just what you're using to handle the time check. Like, for instance, a tank might use sights to get landmines. Like, that might be a thing where I won't do that on DPS. So your strategies may adjust, but generally that check is universal across the jobs. Make sure I'm not gonna kill a sprite instantly. Steal again. I'll come back to that steal. I don't have abilities. We'll check this room. Oh my god, buttons are hard. What's the time check? So you can do a time divided by floor, but I actually don't do that. One of the reasons why I've moved away from that personally is just because you kind of feel hard pressed to stay along like a 5-minute per floor kind of thing, when there are times when a floor can take 10 minutes and then the next floor could take 2 minutes because of what you used. So I kind of prefer to do more like a time check on where we are at a specific point of the run, and then make my adjustments that way. Sometimes I get a feel though, in a way where it's like, okay, well, we're not going that fast, like we're on like 83 and we have like 35 minutes, we need to go faster, so stuff like that will make me make some decisions. But yeah. Another auto heal, we're gonna take advantage. I will do yet another fortune and yet another storms. And we have even more mimics. So I will do another safety here. I can't get to that safely, so I'm just gonna do the storms now. Kinda stinks because I need to... we should have time to explain some of the other enemies that are gonna show up here. Got a Doga, so that's nice. I'll just... I'll bring the Doga out in case we get a Mimic here. That's also true, yeah. If you've been there 10 minutes, man, you see respawn, things are not going too well. Oh, it's a good thing I picked up that one first. Storm. And we got the swords back, and we got the fortune back. Dang. Okay, watch the spike. It's gonna go boom. Even if you sound crazy, you know, like you're saying it out loud. You're saying it out loud. Better to sound crazy than to be dead. And back on floor 1. Purity. Safety, got the safety back. For gaming. And the raising. Nice, so we were raising on 61. Good. That's basically what I've been trying to do this whole time. Is to just hope I can pick up a raising. We actually did, so we will raising on 61, assuming we get there. I think I will plan to demi-clone the boss here. Sometimes the boss does take a while. I think what I want to demonstrate is the fact that you can demi-clone a boss, but still not feel too bad about that because of the demi-clone drop rates, so we'll probably demi-clone the boss, just for safety. But we got the belly song. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna Serenity, only because of the ability. We also have enemies we want to demonstrate on. Willow? God damn it, Willow. Alright, so we have a couple enemies we can fight here for demonstration. So we're gonna pull the Stingray first. Stingray is gonna do a big knockback belly flop. You want to position yourself in a way where you can get knocked back into a pretty good spot. Now here's going to be RNG. It'll either do a ring attack like this one, where you have to go in, or it'll do an attack that is a point blank where you have to go out. You need to pay attention. Now the AoE telegraph will display, so you will see it. You'll see which one is the attack, so you can adjust that way. Okay, now this one is probably the easier pull, Bombfish. It only does an AoE. Nothing too crazy. Also will have a good one. 1,000 spines. That's all it does, so it's a really good pull. It is also Sight, so pretty good pull. Yeah, well, the shield will block the knockback, that's right. Now, Zaratan is sound. I'm going to show you that it is sound because he is facing me. This is a sound aggro. I would actually recommend not to really fight these, however, as a physical range, they're not too bad. This thing is going to do sewer water, and if you're familiar with this one from any other boss, it will do a back and forth. So it'll do a sewer water in front, look at that line, look at the AoE. Now watch in the other half, it'll do the attack backwards behind it. So it's a little bit of a tricky one. It's almost like a tail swing. But for physical range, that's not too bad because you shouldn't find yourself in melee range to begin with unless you have some weird circumstance where that happens. Alright, now I'm gonna pull a Bombfish here. Stingray. What I want to demonstrate is how far the knockback is, okay? I'm gonna sprint here, which is a little late. He's gonna knock me back. I'm gonna position myself. I'm gonna move in the direction I want to get knocked back here. Whoa, look at that knockback. Okay, there's the point blank. So that knockback is dangerous if you don't manipulate its position. So you want to get knocked back into a wall. What I like to do is I like to pre-position myself. And like, so let's say I want to go into this wall. As it's coming in, I will move towards the wall so it will allow me to manipulate the position I'm going into. This way you don't gonna get, you know, into a weird spot. And the distance in which it knocks back is dangerous, because it could knock you into a room, directly into a trap, and that's, kind of bad. So those are not too bad. They do quite a bit of damage without steel, so you do want to make that a note if you're fighting them with Gloom. That they can chunk you a little bit. Let's see. Now, we didn't fight the crabs, and I hope we do see any crabs, because we kind of skipped over the crabs here. Stingray, and a monk. Okay, the monk is a patrol. The monk is a proximity patrol. It'll do kind of its typical monk things, where it'll do a pull-in into a water 3 point blank, which is a lot faster. Immediately run away after the sucker, and boom, you're good. This is another one of those enemies where if you happen to stop sucker, then it will not do water 3. Only situation that's happening is going to be for Doga. So just mark that down. Again, another sucker's coming in. Run away. Okay, we have a big claw here, so I'm going to pull the big claw. The big claw will do a giant, well, not that big, but it'll do a conal in front. But it also does have a tail swipe, so you have to be careful about that tail swipe. As a physical range, it shouldn't be a problem, because you're not going to run behind him. But just for demonstration purposes, we get behind, watching for it, and avoiding crab dribble. You saw it very quickly there. I was trying to turn the camera, but that is a tail swipe from the crab. So be very careful about that one. So just as fast as an elbow drop. Don't get caught. Only doing it for demonstration purposes. Okay, this can get a little complicated. Watching the AoE. Okay, it is a point blank. And I want to make sure that I'm in a good spot, because he could use it again before I kill him. Pop my potion here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stingray felt left out. I got a little too close to the sun, that's for sure. Zaratan are sound, as I mentioned before. It's a good thing I wasn't walking, because I totally wanted to demonstrate him one more time. Sewer water. Again, front attack, directly into a back attack. I will pull a crack claw, so we can see it just before it kind of goes away, if it does. I'm not sure if it does, but it will do. So in this instance, I'm actually going to respect this mechanic. So we'll go this way. Directly after that, I need to go back in front, so we can avoid the back attack. That's how you do it if, for some reason, you're having to be up close. In my case, I wanted to be up close because I might go into the room to avoid it, so... Steel, coming back in. Alright, let's pull Crawlaw. Crawlaw, not too bad. He will do a tank buster-ish. It'll just be a scissor attack, which does like 3 auto attacks, and then it'll do a point blank flush. So here's the first attack. Blah blah blah, scissor run. Then it'll do a point blank flush soon. Eventually. Sometime today. There it is. Not too bad. Try not to confuse them between that and the big claw, which has the tail sweep. But you should probably tell between their abilities to know the difference. And I think that is everything on this set. I think we did pull everything. I don't think there's anything else, but there might be at least one more, but I think that's it. Ah, there is one more. Ha, it's the Piranu. The Piranu just does tank busters. Nothing too scary on this one, so it's just kind of like the Spriggan from the previous set. Getting multiple of these could be a bit of a problem. Oh, aren't the Phalanx here, or are they the next set? No, the Phalanx are the next set. Okay. We'll talk about the Phalanx in a minute. Those are a little bit of an anti-machinist enemy. Checking these rooms just in case there's anything I could pick up. Oh, there's a silver, but I don't really care. I should be safe to get this area. Big Claw is facing out, but I couldn't sneak this chest because of his angle. Kind of worth it. Harry the Fridge! What's up, dude? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate that. If my mods don't get to you, I will get to you in a bit. How was your stream? Welcome in. Angel's Demon State, we're doing a live patrol of Machinist, doing some over-explanation. So, sit back, relax, if you want to learn how to do some Eureka Orthos, or ask some questions, which I'll try my best to get to, and we could answer them on the spot. Machinist EO. That kind of content? Hell yeah, dude. So far, so clean. Time is great. 57, 26 minutes were pretty good, and I'm gonna demi-clone the boss, so it's gonna be really good. It was good, did more ultimate, Mikey Prog. Nice! Hey, Prog is Prog, right? Shout out to Perry. Perry is part of the Deep Dungeon community, definitely check them out. Great person. Great person. Great stream over there. Check them out. Alright, no knockback. So no knockback does have some interesting interactions, so I can definitely demonstrate that. If we have the appropriate enemy. Let's see what we got. So Zaratan, again, I'm gonna ignore those, just for simplicity's sake. Oh, no! Oh my god, because of my angle, I could not target the chest. So instead I targeted the Piranu. Sometimes those crystals are really, really weird with their targeting. And so what I usually do is I change my target to like the chest, and then I confirm. So I was assuming I would target the chest, but instead I didn't, and it didn't change my target off the Piranu, so I confirmed and I attacked. Which is bad. Look, I can't target this thing. Tab target doesn't even work over here. Strength. Okay, Zaratan sound. I'll walk past him. Apparently he has no eyes, just has ears. Okay, so we have the interesting interaction here with the Stingray. The Stingray did that big knockback, but we have no knockback disabled, so it will not do the no knockback. So we can stand any way we want, and we'll be fine. We just have to watch which AoE it's going to use. And it uses the ring AoE, the donut. No problem, no problem, no problem. Steal again. I'll come back for it. We'll pull the Piranu. Pull the big claw to make this a little bit easier to get through this floor, this room rather. Tonal, we're gonna run back, away from it. Again, it does have a tail swipe, so we're not gonna go behind it in this case. Kind of make this a little bit easy. Alright. Stingray, Stingray. Chest, silver, silver. Mimic. Okay. Mimic we can interrupt, not really worried about that. I guess an interesting interaction I can explain about the mimics that are different versus the other mimics in the other deep dungeons. This one can be slowed, probably because you can lethargy. So if I do a arm's length here and it hits me, it will get slowed. Not gonna lie, it doesn't really feel like it does much though. But it's a thing. Nice little placebo. But these are like one of the less threatening things to fight to begin with, so it doesn't really matter. Right, I'm gonna try to sneak around to the other side of this room. Hopefully the Stingray does not move, which it might. But it is okay, we're good to go. It is sight. If you need any more convincing. I'll check the chest and then we'll move back around. Strength. Yo, what's a pin? You would a pin. Okay, watching to see. Sometimes if they go into a wall, they will turn around. It did not in this case, so I will go this way. I didn't know that these ones... Yes, yeah. It's a bit of a... Honestly, it doesn't feel like they go slower. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if anyone's done a direct comparison. It just doesn't feel like they attack any slower, so it's kind of a moot point. But it probably has something to do with the fact that you can lethargy them now. Probably a similar reason. Walking past the Zaratan. There's a steal I need to go pick up. Let's go fight this one and then get the steal. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just one of those kind of tidbit type things, you know? When you go to Jeopardy and they ask you that thing, now you know the answer. I'm gonna go pick up the steal. What's the fastest way to get max Aether Pull gear? Hold on, let me pick up the steal. I'm lazy, and the biggest barrier to entry has always been maxing gear out before I can solo. So if your goal is to solo, like a fish, if your goal is to solo, and let's keep it in the mind frame of Eureka Orthos specifically, okay? Because it would be a little bit of a different answer to like Heaven on High or Palace, but let's talk Yo. The best way, in my opinion, is to spam 21 to 30. Match party, go in with randos, and just spam 21 to 30. Now, you don't need to max out. You can go minimal 75-75 and you'll be okay. So the way this content is designed is that you really don't want to be skipping silver chests, whereas Palace, you kind of skip silver chests. But in this content, you don't. So you'll naturally upgrade your armor as you climb. So at 75-75, that might be good enough to actually get a real good solo attempt. And even if you're doing really well, you're probably capped out by the time things are getting hard. So it kind of works that way, and you kind of get the prog plus the leveling. And the higher level you go, the more likely you're going to level your armor. So it kind of works in that direction. And the other way to do it, if you have plans to go with a friend or friends to climb up top like a fish, to do like a 100 climb, that's also a pretty good spot to level up your armor too. But if you're purely solo, like me, myself, then that's the best way. 21 to 30 spam, because you get silver chests, you get a guaranteed armor upgrade when you kill the boss. You also get fragments, which is what you need for your regen potions, which is one of the essential things you'd want to have for soloing to begin with, so at least you get that farming out of the way on top of farming your armor. And that's the best. That's the best and most time-efficient way of doing it. Still takes effort, and sometimes you don't have the best match parties, but it's still better than trying to do it solo. Yeah, Heaven on High is similar. Heaven on High, you can actually start earlier in Heaven on High. Like, you can even start as, I would even say, as early as 65. Palace is weird, but Palace you can start early as well. Start like, 65, 60 for that. But you do the same thing, 51 to 60. But Palace of Dead is awkward in the sense that people tend to ignore silver chests because it does nothing, no real big benefit of doing a silver chest. Whereas Heaven on High, you're picking up match sites. So people are not going to skip silver chests in Heaven on High. So probably no. If it's the millionth time, then you're the millionth and one, and there'll be a millionth and second and third and fourth. Don't worry about it. You're not sure about something, this is the place to come because we will answer the question. And even more so now because there's going to be so much more new people coming into Eureka Orthos and Shine Deep Dungeon, so all the more should those questions be answered. So don't worry about it. Any tips for dealing with timeout and EO for healers? I would definitely check out our buddy Rora Moon, who's doing healers. The only thing, the thing that I can tell you off the top of my head, Penguin Prince, you want to do multi-pulls, you want to, really get aggressive on your protomanders to kind of help you with time. But that's the best I can tell you, and the only reason is because I haven't done it myself. And I don't like talking about something that I haven't done myself. I don't think it's fair to you or other people. I mean, I would, I'll talk to Finn, talk to Aurora, talk to Meiji if you catch them live. I will get to healers, but that would be what I would try to do. I would try to multi-pull, use a lot of landmines. There's a lot of landmines that are available. So like using sites to fish them out is a great idea. Storms for healer is super good because you can pull a couple enemies, dot them all up, and then storms, and they all die from the dot. So that's really nice to do. But yeah, you have to be a little creative and a little aggressive with your strategies to make it happen in healer. Like, you just can't go in and just single pull. It's just not going to cut it. I'm gonna assume that you're not going to turn around in the next 2 seconds. I'll check out here. Yeah, aggressive is the key. I can tell you from my Heaven on High and Palace experience, that one I can speak of. 100%. It was just aggressive. Like, keep a lot of your protomanders at 2 is a really good advice for any of the deep dungeons, but this in particular, Penguin Prince. Your demi-clones, oh my gosh, keep them at 2. That is definitely the one you want to keep at 2 because they are very common. So if you see 3, just burn one at the beginning of the floor and just get the most out of it. So that's huge to do. So amongst anything, demi-clones, maybe storms. I don't know. I'm still on the fence about using storms aggressively because I just don't see them as often as some other people. But the demi-clones are very common, and that's just like multiple confirmations from multiple people. So I'm gonna try to get to the ace and then we'll deal with it. I am gonna Doga on the boss. I want to kind of get to the exit first. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't give you like a better, more specific answer, but for me, I just don't feel like it's fair for me to discuss a job I just haven't done yet. you know, if you want to wait, I'll get there eventually. Running away, running away, running away. Okay. Yeah, you did. You did. Okay, no problem. Is that Darabon? What's up, Darabon? It goes great, man. How's your Asher runs going? I heard you had a particular conversation this morning. I was on the road. I couldn't watch your stream. I was gonna keep you up, but I didn't have the luxury of keeping you up. I hope you're having some good runs over there. What the hell just happened? I heard drill go off. I looked at chat and then it didn't go off. Would you say it is S tier? So personally speaking, I like it a lot. I did like the ninja run a lot, which we just finished up. Like, there is a lot of things you can do in ninja, so I'm a big fan of ninja. But it's hard to deny the amount of clears Machinist has over all the other jobs. It's insane. Like, it's just like, you know, let's say there's 1,000 clears, which is like getting close to it. Half of them are Machinists. The other half is everything else. It's like insane. But there's a good reason. I mean, you know, if you're just running around, like, avoiding AoEs, the mobility is really good. You're not taking auto damage, you don't have to go crazy with kiting. And your burst is top tier, you know? It's really good. Oh, don't worry about it. I thought it was a great conversation. Alright, so, the 60 boss. I'm not really worried about my buffs here, that's why I'm just kind of chilling. We have 16 minutes, not really worried about time, or 14 minutes. I am going to demi-clone here. This is going to serve two purposes. First of all, starting at this boss, these bosses start to get a little bit longer and longer. So if you try to do this without strength, it's going to be a long fight. Now, if you're okay with the mechanics, you can do it, no problem. You know, you're up for a long battle, it's all good, just enjoy it. For me, I kind of just want to get rid of this boss as fast as possible. I'm okay with the mechanics. Again, this thing still has a little bit of trauma in my brain because it was the first thing to kill me, but I'm okay with the mechanics and we'll explain it. I am going to use a demi-clone here, and what this will definitely showcase is that, okay, the demi-clones might be pretty common on the later floors, that's why I'm okay using it. If anything, it might give you a little bit of, like, nice confidence of, like, okay, you know, maybe a demi-clone's not too bad here, maybe I'm shaky on this boss, so we'll use it, but this one is definitely a personal feel, like, are you comfortable? Do it normally. You have, like, 13 minutes, just do it normally. Pop a seal just in case you're a little shaky in the mechanics, because some of them can one-shot you, but some of them will one-shot you regardless if you have steel on. So, this fight, there's a lot of swings. Also, I do want to... Actually, I want to do something before I pull, just to demonstrate something for the purpose of just, you know, oh, that's not how you go. Just for the purpose of, oh my god. Can I... Dude, this is why I don't put markers down. I'm about to use my mouse and it's gonna get really irritating. Okay. So this boss will kind of position himself based on where you position yourself. From what I can recall. So, you're gonna see orbs in this fight, and the orbs are a static position. I have not really memorized the orbs in this fight at all. You can, to kind of pre-position yourself in the most advantageous spots. But for me, I'm just going to kind of react and go with the flow. Its first move is going to be an up couple slash based on... So I'm going to position myself on A for now. So what I'm personally looking for, there's a lot of ways to do this. I'm just going to be looking for the fourth. So that's the fourth. And that's the first one. So it's going to be doing the same attack twice. This will be going into a pattern. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it'll repeat it backwards. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's 8 hits, but it's not random. It is following a certain pattern. Swing, we're getting outs. You better know that one, because there is no chance of survival if you don't know it. It'll then follow up with a swipe in a little bit. It'll be a lot faster when we do this fight into the rotation. Swipe will be in front. Alright, so now the thing will repeat. And also it's going to drop some Thunder Balls. Now the Thunder Balls are fixed. I don't know what they are, because I never cared about them, but you could memorize them and adjust accordingly. So now he's going to face me, because see, I'm on C. So I'm making my adjustment there, so I'm going to force in that way. Now this pattern will alternate, I'll say it out loud, so you can kind of follow the hits here. So it'll be 1, 2, 3. I'm going in here, it'll back to 1. Going back into here, back to 2. Into 3. Into 4. There's our pattern. Now we're looking, Disorienting Drone is a pushback. So we're going to kind of stand a little bit close to him so we get pushed back. And then we're going to go in because it's going to do a swipe. Now how I handle this boss, again, there's multiple ways to do it, whichever is going to be the best for you. For me, I just manage the final attack, which is the 4th. If we're splitting it into 4, like 2 patterns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm only looking at the 4th attack and memorizing that one and adjusting accordingly. So because it is alternating, it's going to be doing it on the same this time. This is actually not a great position, so I'm actually going to go far. So it'll be hitting the same spot twice. I can make my adjustments in a bit. So that's 1. That's 2. I'm going to heal here. That's 3. It's going to hit this twice. 4. One more time. 4. 3. 2. Now we see if it's a swing or a pushback. It is a swing, so I'm getting out. And then it's going to do a swipe, so I gotta go in. And then go behind. And now the next pattern is going to be an alternating, because it did the same attack twice, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, I'm focusing on the 4th attack to make this a little bit easier for me. Now, one thing that you can do, I want you guys to look at the animation of the swing. So each one does have a quadrant that it's attacking in, right? See the quadrant over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, it'll be 1. Now, you can tell from the animation on the ground what's your distance to go into it. So look at the black. It kind of gives you a little bit of a tell where the safe spot is in that quadrant. If you're unsure about, you know, where the telegraph was. So you can use that animation to just tell you, okay, this spot is going to be safe in the entire quadrant, because they don't kind of bleed into each other. Here I'm going to do a arm's length, because I believe this does not work. It does. Oh, cool. Well, arm's length works. Sweet. Just in case you need to use it. Alright. And that's the fight. I mean, there's, again, multiple ways to kind of interpret it. There's multiple ways to read it. Whichever ends up becoming the best way for you to simplify this fight. And again, you're welcome to not use a demi-clone like me. But of course, it'll make it longer of a fight. That's okay. Up to the user. So this will be the same attack here one more time. So same. So we're going into 1, hanging for 2 hits, and then going out. 1 hit. It'll be dead anyway. There you go. And that is 60. Alright. So hopefully all of that explanation helped. Because there's a lot. Hey, Mbasa! What's up, Mbasa? Yo, Goof, what's up, man? And Bella, thanks for the resub, I appreciate that. I think I was on super focus mode, so I wasn't paying attention, but thank you for the 7 months, I appreciate that. There you go, that's the 60 boss. Again, that was the first boss to kill me, and the first, that ended my first attempt in Eureka Orthos. So it sits as a lasting memory for me. The General Grievuses were the first thing to kill me, like, overall in Eureka Orthos, and then this one is the first boss to kill me. But you know, that fight, when I was first progging it, I was so, like, it was complex to me, like, how am I gonna manage these 8 hits? And eventually, I stuck to this strategy, where I just track the 4th one, and just make my movements that way. So that's the way I simplified it. There's a lot of other ways to do it. You don't have to stand in the 4th one, as long as you're just avoiding AoEs, but that's the way I do it, so hopefully you got explained pretty well. Okay, so we're going to be stepping into 61 after the ad break. I'm going to be doing a raising here, because I have 2. And let me tell you, it's a good idea, because there's a lot of scary things here, especially if you're progging. I still do it, because I would rather have a raising than not. Also, it is pretty likely you'll pick up more raising in 71, and it seems even more likely than the previous 2 deep dungeons, which were at the similar set, 71 Heaven on High and 171 Palace. It seems like it's an even higher rate of raising. So most times that I've done it, I usually come away with full raisings after the run. So that's why I'm a little bit more likely to raising here to keep the run safe, especially with the mechanics that exist. So I recommend that for you progging. More so because it's like, you know, if you're trying to go for the clear, there's a lot more you're worried about, like anxiety and mystery. But even eye raising, so don't feel too bad that you'll, like, you know, run out of it or something like that. So just focusing on the fourth head is a really good tip. It helped me, well... I'm glad. I'm actually curious. I haven't really watched anyone else really do it. I know Sig was explaining it one time, but I don't really remember how he explained it. But I know a lot of the other gamers do it very differently, and I think that's what's fun about it, right? I think, you know, if you're someone that's trying to understand the fight, definitely try to see the other POVs, because something might click. My way may not click with you, but someone else might click with you, and I think that's just the best way. And with this one, I mean, you're not in a parsing race. You're not, you know, unless you're going for a speed run or something like that. Like, no one really cares how the hell you do it. It's just do it. So the multiple strategies are all valid, and whatever just makes it easier for you. I'm gonna upload my way on... Yeah, do it, Junie! Definitely would love to see all the multiple ways of doing it, and I'm sure other people will appreciate it too, so... Okay, 61 blood, so we're gonna raising here. We'll pull everything. There's some sneaky enemies here. We do have the return of the damage spikes later into the run. And a couple interesting enemies overall. And there's one in particular that we'll definitely go to, which is called the Phallic. And I'll definitely call that the anti-machinist. And I'll try my best to explain why we call it why I call it the anti-machinist. Hopefully it's something that you be very careful of. So you're let's go! Things are also going to hit a little bit respectable here. So just mind that. Alright, these are all sight. And look, I already picked up my demi-clone, so never punished. We'll pull this one. This one is probably the least one you want to deal with, because it does do a stacking poison. And it is not a fun fight to have, especially if you pull multiple of these. Normally, it will get the stack available each time, so it'll keep going, and it is a pretty bad attack. Like, you already see, it's already doing 1300 per poison, so that will get higher and higher. Almost like 1500 per stack, so you definitely don't want to have that going on for too long, or pull them back to back. Designed by the Greeks to... Yes, exactly. The Ruin are fun, yeah. The Diplo are for sure... They're the most annoying things. There's multiple reasons why they're annoying. First and foremost, their proximity. So if you want to get the chests, they're bad. Now, they do a pretty non-eventful AoE called Peculiar Light, but I think the Blue Mage mains would know what it does, and it does not do damage, but rather it does a buff on any enemies that are in it, not itself, but any enemies that are in it. And if you are in it, I don't think you take damage, but you do take a, what's a debuff? There's a debuff that you get. I think it's either slow or evasion down, I'm not sure. It's something you take. Not evasion down. Is it accuracy down? I don't know what you take. Or slow. Maybe it's slow. You get a debuff. You don't die. But it's not a great enemy to fight in multiple, because again, they will buff each other. Here we have the Orthoninja. This is a proximity patrol. I'm gonna run up behind him and heal aggro. Now, this is one that you want to be very concerned about. His skill set are not very eventful. It just does a very easy Death Blossom. However, this enemy does have an ability called Assassinate. And Assassinate is very similar to like a PvP ability. If you are under 20% and you get a ninja to aggro you, it will one-shot you with Assassinate. So it's a little bit of a spicy enemy when you're dealing with things here and trying to, you know, manage and stuff. Because if he just catches you with low HP, you're dead. One of the reasons why I do like raising here, because sometimes that happens. Maybe you have multiple pulls, you're just trying to manage, you know, trying to survive, and, you know, you're riding low HP, but you're kiting, so it's okay. Yeah, ninja shows up, you're dead. Also, I think they are pretty hard to hear, as a ninja would be, so they are the ones that do sneak up on me pretty commonly. I try to stay very aware of my surroundings, but sometimes they just catch you. There we have a Cobra. Our Cobra is a patrol as well. It is sights. It has some interesting mechanics. I will, again, try to explain as much of them as I can. Alright. So, This will do Regorge, which I'm pretty sure it'll one-shot. Never found out. It'll do an AoE. Now, it does have a tail swing like a lot of other enemies. But it is a fast tail swing, so I'm going to stand behind it just to showcase it. Tail swing incoming. Whip back. That is no telegraph on that one. Now, this one will have an ability after it dies, which it gives a vuln down. So I'm going to respect this and kind of do a little bit more damage and also give it a weight. It'll die and explode. Like that. That is going to give you a vulnerability down. It's not terrible. It's not the end of the world. But there are ways to avoid it, especially you're going to fight multiple of them. And with enemies here hitting a little bit respectable, it might add up. So definitely take that into consideration. But there I did it in that sense. Onion Knights. I'm already halfway off this floor. Let's do it, Une. Okay, and now we got the last one, which is the Matamata. The Matamata will do pretty simple. Very similar, I think, to its Heaven on High counterpart. It'll do a tonal, uneventful, followed by a point blank. At some point. Sometime today. I promise it'll do. Okay, there's the point blank. It is also sight, so it's not too bad. So really the only ones that you have to worry about is the Diplo. That's the only one that is of a big concern because it can cause issues getting around rooms and all that stuff. And the Pteroc because of the poison. But the other ones are pretty tame. But don't worry, it gets worse. They kind of blend in with the rock. Dude, they are total ninjas. Their gear set, their design is 100% to trick you and to catch you off guard. Une trying her best to keep me alive, I love it. Respect, Une. Okay, that is one of everything up till now. So we just will proceed into the next floor. Hey Daximo, how you doing? I will be looking to demi-clone the boss, by the way. Again, we're gonna be demi-cloning like every boss moving up, just a heads up. And if the reasoning why I did one earlier is not good enough reason enough, then you know, we just pick one up. We pick two up in this set, I think. Could have been three if I get to the other one. Alright, again, we're gonna be careful with the Cobra. It does have a tail swipe, but there really shouldn't be any reason you're behind that as a Machinist. I'm gonna try to do it where I do a weight when it's getting close to death. Okay, I'm gonna do the weight here. It'll explode. Pop. And then we don't get that vuln down, so we avoid that. Gonna get past the Diplo here. Does the Cobra one-shot you if you're owled? I don't know if anyone's tried that out. That's a very good question. A couple people have asked that, but I don't know if anyone's tried to experiment it. Very good question. Patrol incoming. Okay, got that one set. I'm gonna fight him. I have, I can't tell the... Okay. I couldn't tell the where the backside of the other one was. I need to get a heal up. We're taking 5k a tick, which is equivalent to my Orthos potion right now. I'm gonna wait for that to wear off. Maybe pull the next one. Because he's coming towards me anyway. Cool. I don't have a steal on. I will actually get a steal on. So the steal, I'm not really. It's not a big deal. Not really gonna need it for the boss, so we can just do it here. Can we all die, please? There's one reason why I had this steal, because this is gonna start to really hurt, especially with that poison. Poison's now off, so we can feel a little bit better about things. starting here, 61, this is where you'll see the mimics from gold chests, but don't feel too bad about that. I mean, one way to really kind of, you know, get your best around that situation is to open as many chests before the exit opens as much as possible. That's a way to you know, not have them become too much of a problem, because they are pretty beefy up here. I'm gonna pull the Diplo right now before the Cobra comes by. I might pop that strength again on the next floor, we'll see. To keep the strength at 2 to keep my time moving. Hey Pellegrinjo, how you doing? Do you feel like Monsignor hit like wet noodles compared to say... Oh yeah, absolutely. Their damage is like... Their damage is like changed in the sense where they don't do auto attack damage, but they instead one-shot you. So it's kind of distributed differently. But yeah, absolutely. Their auto attacks are not doing much. And then to top it off, not only are their auto attacks not doing much, they're not critting. Nothing crits in here for their auto attacks. So you know, it gives a different vibe compared to the other deep dungeons. Whether you like it or not, I think it's going to be a personal thing. I'm whatever. I mean, I kind of like the whole, you know, auto attack damage because it does change a lot of how you do each job individually. Some people are preferring Abyss because they don't have to worry about the auto attack damage, but that's definitely by design. It's not a mistake, it's not anything, it's definitely by design. Okay. Aww, me dumb. Me super dumb. Me mega dumb. Me ultra dumb. There is a monitor here that is sight. That is sight. It does nothing eventful either, it just does a small clonal AoE. We'll probably see more later, so I'll pull it on the next floor. And this thing does do the bone down. Actually, I'll take the bone down just for demonstration purposes, because we are not going to, we're probably going to lose it by the time we get another pull the next floor. So I'll stay in line here. You'll see the amount of damage it does with Steel on. It'll do a respectable damage, not too much. Oh, it doesn't do no damage, sorry, my bad. But it does give that vulnerability, so... Probably more dangerous if you're dealing with, like, multiple enemies, but... Yeah. Solo, why would you be dealing with multiple enemies? That's a whole other question altogether. Alright, go to the next floor. So far, so decent. Again, I'm looking to probably strengthen the next floor. We got ability down here. So I might actually use one of my demi-clones here instead of the strength, because that'll help me out, and more than likely I'm going to pick it up. So I think I will demi-clone, which will be the Onion Knight. This is a big floor too. Oh man, it's a massive floor. Yeah, it's demi-clone. Okay, we have our first case of the Crawlaw. This one is a very dangerous enemy. It is a patrol. Now, first thing it'll do, it'll raise its arm up. No telegraph, that is a front swipe. If you're behind, it'll do a tail swipe. You'll see its tail rise up like that, and it'll go behind. Now, basically, do not stand behind him, and you have to pay very close attention to this enemy because of that ability set, so be very careful with that one. That one certainly... anything with no telegraphs actually terrifies me a little bit more than the regular ones. Especially with the lighting in this place, sometimes it's a little bit hard to see it. You do want to pay very close attention if you have that specific enemy. Now, Onion Knight is our first use of Onion Knight. He is the best demi-clone by far. He does just extremely high damage compared to the other two. Will also heal you below 30%, below 50%. But his DPS is insane. Okay, so we have a Storms here, which I might try to take advantage of. How I'm going to take advantage of that is questionable. But we'll leave it there just in case. The thing is, Onion Knight might kind of shred things quite a bit, so we'll see. But I do have a Seal on, so if I aggro something, I'm just going to take it with me. In that case, send him to fight it. Serenity. Ooh, Serenity. Well, that made my life a lot easier. Let's pull a Monitor while I have a chance. The Monitor, again, he'll actually be a little slow getting to you because he has to open up his wings. But he will just do a Fire Breath Conal, so nothing too impressive here. So Demicos are more commonly spawned than say, yes, a lot more common. And some of the strategy that you utilize kind of revolves around the fact that you do see them pretty often. So that's why using the Onion Knight even now is not too big of a deal for me, because I'm almost confident I will pick another one up. That's how common they are. Okay, so I'll use the Storms now. I'll come back and get it though. Fortune. Do you ever burn Storms for Beast solo? I do. I'll explain that in a little bit. There's like a criteria that I personally do. I'll explain that in a little bit. Is it my head, or do some mobs take longer to kill than others? Do mods have some defense values? Do some mobs take longer? It won't be too off. I don't know the HP values in here. In Palace, that is definitely the case. But I think in here, the HP values of enemies are not too far off each other. I do think the Mimics feel beefier than anything else, though, to be fair. But I haven't seen the HP value, so I'm not 100% sure on that one. Good question, though. But some things are pretty beefy in general, to be fair. So, going back to the Dread Beast conversation. I do follow a bit of a criteria. The general baseline foundation of why I kill a Dread Beast is mostly if I'm going to take advantage of the 30-minute buff. So if I'm going to be on a floor for 30 minutes, I'll more than likely try to do it. So if I'm on like the first 3 floors and arguably the 4th floor, if I see a Dread Beast, I'm probably going to try to do it, especially if I see it early. Because it also serves as a time save, so at least I'm saving time, plus on top of that the buff. If it's like the 5th floor or later, and especially on the 7th, 8th, 9th, I probably will ignore it no matter what the buff is, because I'm not going to get 30 minutes out of it. That's pretty much where it decides. Now, if I get a free Storms, I will try to go out of my way to get it, because I may as well, but I'm not going to use a Storms to put it down to 2 just to get a Dread Beast on like 69, because I'm not going to get the most out of it, so that's my general criteria. Most people will take the attack bonus, no matter what, because it does add in, like, 10% attack doesn't sound too tremendous, but if you go in 10% faster for 30 minutes, that adds up, so. Alright, so Drake, I'm gonna pull it. This does exactly what the Ymir does, so we're gonna play very careful this one. Okay, unsheathing. So it is physical spikes. If you hit it, you are dead, one shot, so I'm gonna wait for it to disappear and then we will resume attacking. Do that, be very careful. This is one enemy that I prefer not to fight. It is also sight, so we can get around him. But yeah, I don't like fighting this thing. Watching its abilities just in case. You do not want to get caught off guard. Okay, it's coming. Respecting. I'm gonna strengthen a sec. Just literally hands off the keyboard except running away. Don't even try. Alright, so we have the Gowrow, the whatever. Arm comes up, he's doing an attack. Do not get behind him because of the tail swipe. Just be away from him. Ooh. Now you need to pay attention to this guy because he will do it again. And there is no telegraph, no anything. You just have to look for that arm to come up. If you're kiting him, a lot of times when he stops moving, you know he's using it. But you're going to be looking for that left arm. Left arm coming up, I'm getting out. Swipe. Alrighty. Pull on this one. List mining zone is 4k compared to the others. Damn, 100k more? Really? There you go. Well, there's your answer, Moogie. Not going crazy, not going crazy. Just as planned. Oh look, shocker. Man, I was really like sweating. Really worried that I would be sitting at 2 Diplocaulus this entire time. Alright, let's go here. Watch the arm. And again, the lighting here makes it a little bit tougher. Arm. Go back in front. Again, it does the tail swipe, as we demonstrated before. I would prefer not to trigger the tail swipe on purpose. So I always just make sure that I respect that thing. Now, the hard part... Now, this is an interesting kind of topic here. Part of me has debated on lowering my animations. I know a lot of people play with less animations than I do. I have debated on it because these no telegraph moves like make it a little bit hard for me to actually see the to see like the arm coming up and everything. So it's something that you may want to consider in your own runs, that eliminating animations might be a better visual experience for some of these. But you know, I like playing with the animations on and everything, so I would keep them on, but I've thought about that. Funny enough, I've also thought about standard for like a temporary purpose, which we'll probably just talk about that later. But that's you know, some gamers might be a little better with the no animations. Yeah, these and Thunder Beasts are awful. It makes it tough. It really does. Une. I can get off the floor. I can hold the Demiclone. I mean, I'm not really straining for, like, damage here, so I'll just wait. I don't get this chest, though. It might be off the floor pretty soon. So let's just go to the other side of the room. This is Sight, the patrol. That isn't obvious. A lot of these are Sight. I mean, basically, if it's not Sight, I'll point it out, but... I'm not gonna lie, it is tempting to just use the Demiclone because I'm kind of wasting time waiting here. And my time is not fantastic. But I'd rather just have the Onion Knight, like, you know, full duration kind of thing. Wait for the Drake to move. Go to the next room. Checking to see if there's a chest here. Yep. Alright, that's cool. I'm gonna wait here a second to see what where the other Drake will move. Might step on a trap, but it's whatever. Alright, let's get closer to the exit here. I'll pull you. Easier on enemy to deal with. If you play Reaper, you kind of have to with the animation. I could see that. I'm gonna keep mine on though. We'll just be focused gamers, that's all. Next floor is flighted, so I am going faster. If I had to kill one more, I would have had regrets about not using the Demiclone. But sometimes the kill count can be high, that really makes it just annoying. 65. Intuition, great. Alright, we have some new enemies to pull. The Anala is a sight. It'll be similar to the Crawlaw earlier. It'll do a bit of a tank buster, which will do kind of a 4-hit combo. And then it'll follow by Fire Ring, I believe it's called. Ring of Fire, that was close. And that'll just do an AoE. Nothing too crazy there. Pretty good pull, outside of the tank buster. The tank buster would be a little bit annoying in Gloom. HP down, you'll probably feel that a lot more, but in a regular core like this, not too bad. The other thing melees can do, a lot of these is to move the hitbox 90 degrees over GCD, they'll stop turning if it... Yeah. It's true. Sometimes though I like to keep the cadence. I mean, that's fine, you know, if you're used to that, Perry. For me, I kind of like to keep a specific cadence of like auto attacks or timing to keep it like consistent. Because wait, sometimes when you do that adjustment, it gets a little weird. If you're used to it though, it's not a big deal. What are the chances that's a demiclone? 80%? 80%. I'm gonna do another flight. I'm not taking Une, because we're almost off the 4 because of flights. If it was Doga, I probably would have taken it, but Une, in this specific instance, I'm not gonna take it. So funny, if I was sitting on a Doga, I would have taken it immediately. Like, whew, a little close. Basilisk, first instance of a Basilisk. We'll pull it normally. Pretty basic Basilisk. It's going to do a gaze, followed by a body slam. Kind of the wombo combo. You get petrified, you'll die to the body slam. If for some reason that gaze is interrupted, like petrify, then it will not do the body slam. So something to note. Pretty simple enemy though, not too complicated. Good pull. It is also side aggro. Now this gaze is pretty big. Well, typical funnel. Watching the attack here. I hit the landmine on purpose to kind of kill this a little bit faster. Waiting for that spikes to go. Ooh, good. And I'm not too worried about those landmines because you're not taking that much auto attack, like it was mentioned. They hit like wet noodles, so you can take advantage of the fact that they hit like wet noodles. This was a flighted fort. Might take advantage of the other landmine that's here if something's near it. The Anala would be kind of good with the landmine. So I'll pull you, but I'm gonna wait for the tank buster first. Tank buster's gonna come out. Boom. Now I'm gonna heal, hit the landmine. Pretty simple floor there. Time is not bad. We are 2 minutes over 30, so we are at a pace that I don't have to go any faster right now. If I was under 30, I have to think about going faster, but we also have a flight, so the flight will certainly help in that department. No items. I don't have a steal. So this could be interesting. I'll try to fight a couple enemies here, though. Kind of play a little bit of the kiting game. Gotta watch the arm. That's the arm already. And this is flighted, so I kind of want to get out of this floor without too much effort here. Arm is coming up. Watch the tail swipe. I don't want to be too behind him. Okay, good. Pretty good pull. Pretty. Anala would be not a bad fight, nor with the Basilisk, but I would like to take care of the patrol so he doesn't become a problem. Patrol coming in. Playing keep away. Easy game. The OG kiting ability of Machinist, you know, like we hadn't really had to care about it, but it exists. I mean, you can still use it to mitigate a lot of damage. It's just, you know, you don't really have to with this deep dungeon. There is a Dread Beast here. I didn't see the line. That is the attack beast, but I'm not doing it because it would require me to hit the Serenity. We have the Perfected, which I probably will try to pull. Yeah, they're gonna show up in the next one. I might skip pulling them. I might pull the things that I'm a little bit more okay with. Light, ooh, that's tempting. But we're kind of okay on time, so I don't need to really do that. Alright, I'll pull the Perfected. Perfected will do a non-telegraph spin kick, which is a knockback, if you're close enough. Sometimes it'll do it, even if you're not close enough, but that's the spin kick, that's all it does. It's a little bit tricky because it can put you into a bad situation with, you know, with positioning and rooms and everything. So you do kind of want to favor a location. So if it does a spin kick, you're not getting pushed into a room for a trap, you know. Okay, I do have a raising. I'm gonna try to sneak this chest really fast. There's a possibility that I will die to this. I have a Dread, not using it. Please don't turn. For the love of God, please don't turn. Oh god, he turned. It's okay. Don't worry about it. That's when you know you're doing pretty good, when the Dread Beast just decides to ignore you for the day. I'm gonna pull a Basilisk, because this will be a pretty good pull. I might aggro the Anala, but I think I'm pretty good with Anala here. Do the gaze. I can stand behind him, it's okay. It is not a 360 gaze. But the body slam is a 360. You know what would really be bad though about that? I'm just thinking in my head right now. If I aggroed that in a specific spot, think of this, okay? I aggro in a specific spot, I get killed one shot, I re-raise it re-aggros. Now, your instinct would be to immediately raise it. But I'd have to do 2 hits to make that happen. I'd have to hit a Serenity into a Raising. And the bigger issue is that if I hit the Serenity, I lose invulnerability, and then he might get the attack off, so it becomes a very complicated scenario trying to not die to that thing if it re-aggros. So, you know. Don't have to worry about that, because it didn't happen. Let's get out of here. Things that can happen on the road. Okay, this floor is straight up, so our time is going to be kind of... Alright, we are going to demi-clone the boss, so the boss will die pretty fast. No knockback damage down, alright, not too bad. Pop the chest. Hey, that's one of the reasons we need. Perfect. Alright, we have, how many potions do you recommend? 200. If you're a machinist, you can actually go a little less than 200, but 200 is a good recommended starting point. This one is going to do like the Toads and Palace. They're going to do a pull-in followed by a body slam. And the body press is very fast. Be careful, that is a one-shot. Oh, also, it is no knockback. So, the no knockback means you're not going to get pulled in, so be noting of that one. So you can actually stay away from this thing and it'll still commit to the attack. Just shaming about the worst-case scenario. Yeah. Because sometimes, you know, you plan for it and then you'd be good to go. So that's not a bad pull. It's not a bad pull overall. I would kind of prefer not to fight that, but... Fight again. Okay. What is this? Ninja. Oh! So again, Ninja, low HP, it will kill you at 20%, so you don't want to be low HP on a Ninja. Keep your HP up. If you're below 20%, it will assassinate you and one-shot you. I mean, technically it's not a one-shot, but, you know. What's up, Slow Dancer, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Does it not stun you? Sticky Tongue hits the back, or is it bonus him? So as far as I know, it doesn't do the stun. I mean, I can test right now. No stun that I notice. But not this one. This one isn't as fancy as the ones in Palace of the Dead. They're really good to kite around with them, but with, you know, getting pulled around by this thing, running around with him in a normal floor is really going to be annoying, so you kind of don't... I would prefer not to fight these if I had a choice. The Basilisks are way better. The Perfected are not bad at all either. Lethargy will make this a little better. Cool. You're gonna see how long the Basilisk will take with its attacks. So check the gaze out. Very slow. Followed by a very slow body slam. So Lethargy's nice, you know, just to kind of let you just focus in on damage. Again, really good tool in case you want to learn abilities. You know, if you're a little unsure about what things do, it's a good way to learn. Oh yeah, absolutely on the Spectres, yeah. 100% on that one. Now in this case, for the floors this high, the respawns are like 10 minutes. So when you do a Lethargy on a floor, you're probably not even gonna worry about anything respawning outside of like spawning a mimic or something like that. Like it's a bigger concern on the lower floors if you Lethargy. Some stuff might respawn, but that's not a concern up here because everything will hit it. And more cases than not, you're not gonna have a problem with something spawning without a Lethargy. Safety. Yeah, we can just go get the thing. Oh, Steel came back. Sweet. Or is that the one I used? Alright. Not really going crazy right now. Again, we are going to demi-clone the boss. Now. So we got Perfected. Oh, the Phalanx are gonna be here. I need to pull the Phalanx. There should be one that at least exists. I wonder what the point of shorter respawns on lower floors besides not getting enough to the exit. Honestly, I don't think there's any point other than they copy-pasted it from Heaven on High. Not gonna lie. That's it. They just copy-pasted it. Like, I don't know what other explanation there would be other than that. So, it should be adjusted in my opinion. There's the spin kick, by the way. And I pre-position myself so I don't get kicked into the room. Being up against the wall is a pretty good idea here. Yeah, they're out of control, but they're only out of control because of the fact that enemies take so long to kill. In Heaven on High it makes sense, but yeah, it should. I think if anything that should be the adjustment for the low floors. I know a lot of people like, you know, lessen the HP, but I think it's just increase the timers and it'll be okay. I believe this was flighted, so I don't have to go crazy. Where is the Phalanx so I can just demonstrate them? I guess I'm fighting you. Oh, they're not on this fort. Well, thanks for coming to me. Okay, let's go to the next floor. I'm hoping a phallic shows up, because I know they're here, and it would really suck if they didn't show, because I want to demonstrate something to them. Otherwise, I'll just explain it, but... visual demonstration's way better than just an explanation. No items. There is the phallic. I do have steel on. Alright, so I was kind of previewing this before. A phallic is almost like an anti-machinist, and there's a reason for this. But once we pull it, I'll explain. I hope I have two of them so I can demonstrate. So I can show the differences between them, but I only see one right now. Also, it's a little bit more complicated without healing. Also, where's Pefect? Pefect always said no items on the 9th floor, and this is like the second one I've gotten. No items on the 9th floor. I said it's the Pefect floors. 9th floor, no items, dude. I remember that every time now. Yeah. X9, no items. Pefect floors. Alright, so the phallics have basically they don't have any abilities except when you run away from them. So it's actually pretty funny because as a job that kites, you obviously wanna stay away from them. But in this case, by staying away from them, you will trigger a donut ability that it has. Now, if you're ready for it, it's okay because you'll just get in. But it'll only do it from far away. So staying in close, and this case is not a good example because it could be in cooldown. But you know, staying in close like this, it will never use that ability, and it won't use any other ability. So you want to be very careful kiting this thing or having this on your back. You can LOS that move, but it is like an anti-ranged enemy that exists. So it's interesting, to say the least. I do want to... Ooh, I should pull very soon. I'm gonna pull right now while I have my steel. I'm gonna Tactician right here. Pulled in, running out. Not great, like that's a lot of damage coming into me, so I do have strength though. It's like another phallic. Okay, if I had steel, I'll ignore you for now. It is Danger Noodle too. I do have multiple heals. Tactician is here. Oh, I did an alteration. Okay, let's pull you now. Okay, so I'm gonna stay pretty close to this enemy and watch. He will use nothing. No abilities, no nothing, because I'm staying in close. So all he has is that long range attack that if you get too far, then he will use it. Does this set feel less stressful at all as a DPS? Not that I'm used to it now, I wouldn't say so. I mean, the only thing that can trip you up is like the, you know, the ninjas and stuff, but I've been pretty good here. I would probably be more threatened on as a tank versus anything else, because the enemies are really beefy up here, you know? So probably a tank would give me a problem, but as a DPS, not so much. I feel more threatened on 51 and 41, especially 41 as a DPS. I felt like time was starting to get a little iffy. On Sage, yeah. On Healer, that's 100% true, but... Alright. Here is going to be, this fight, actually, in my opinion, is one of the easier fights. Now, the damage output is pretty high, so you want to keep your potion rolling. You could consider a steal, but keep the potion rolling. I will be using a Demi-Clone here. But this fight is not too bad. Also, this is the mount that you get by killing 4 times. Except he or she is lit up. So I'm going to use an Onion Knight who's going to shred this thing. We'll explain this thing. Now, one, I hope that this boss will show us all the mechanics, because there is actually a possibility. There's a 50-50 thing here. It's like the Chimera. No, not the Chimera. It's like the... Is it Chimera? Yeah, no, Chimera is 50-50, yeah. So it's like the Chimera boss, where the attacks can be 50-50. It can be one thing or the other thing. Here it's similar, but there's also a possibility it keeps repeating the same thing over and over and over. It's very weird. So there's a possibility we don't see an actual rotation, but we'll see how it goes. Let's pull. The walls are safe, by the way, unlike the previous fight. Now, the first thing it's going to do is going to do a Tank Buster. I believe for all classes, you should have an answer for the Tank Buster. So we're going to do a Tactician for the first one. It's not that big of a Tank Buster. I mean, it's whatever, but you can rotate your defenses on every Tank Buster. Now, next one is Ferocity. That's a Gap Buster similar to the Chimera. Now, it's going to do an in or an out. It doesn't have an animation, so we're going to be out here. Hopefully we can showcase what the other one looks like, but that's an out. So there you go. Now, next thing it's going to do is just going to do a lot of, it's going to do an AoE, raid wide. So make sure the potion's rolling, and it'll do a whole bunch of AoEs, but it's going to start planting crystals on the ground. Now, what we're looking for is the 4th one to drop. Don't really care about the first 3. So the 4th one is going to be over here, because it's actually further than everything else. Now, let's see what mechanic it's going to do. Into the middle, it's lighting, so it's going to be in, and there's going to be a soft spot over here that's safe. Safe every single time. And that's why you want to focus on the 4th crystal, because that's basically where, no matter what mechanic shows up, is the safe spot at some point. So for the in, you're getting that little safe spot to avoid the AoE and the crystals exploding. Now, Tank Buster coming in, I'm going to dismantle, heal, a little late on that one. Ooh, alright. And then it'll do the Gap Closer here. I'm going to kind of position myself a little bit. There's the Gap Closer. Getting the distance, boom. Now we're going to be looking if it's lighting up or not. It is not lighting up, so we're going out. You kind of saw what it looked like when it lit up, and every time that happens, that's an in. And we're repeating mechanics now. So it'll do a roar, and again, we're going to be looking for the 4th crystal. Don't really care about the other ones, we're going to look for the 4th crystal. So that's the first one. That's the 2nd one. That's the 3rd one. And the 4th one is going to be over on this side of the arena. Now, we're going to see which one it does. Alright, so here, you want to stand a little bit out, look for the edge of the thing. Boom. You want to be in between the 2 crystals, and that's how you cleared that mechanic. So you're kind of positioning, like, in the middle of the 2 crystals of the one that's far and the one that's close, and you can kind of get a pretty good range there by just seeing, like, right at the very edge of the point blank that the boss will do. And usually that's how I dictate, or how I figure out where the safe spot is for that one. Definitely good for a visual in terms of, like, looking back at the video, but yeah, I've done enough times to kind of see which one it is. Okay, now, finally, in. So it's lighting up. We stay in here. It'll be a donut. Light in, no light out. Pretty easy there. I honestly find the Chimera more complicated than this boss, but this boss is beefy with its HP. And that is what makes this a little bit more difficult. So this is a time sink. And that's one reason why I like using the Demi-Clone here now. It's almost like my go-to strategy. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're gonna see which one it does. I'll kind of hold damage, not really. So it's gonna be out. So we're gonna look for the edge of his point blank. Good, and I'm gonna stand in between the crystals, and that's our safe spot. So hopefully that's a good visual there with the camera. I kind of tilted the camera so you can kind of see a little bit there. But there's that spot that I like to stand in. Alright, and that's the 70 balls. Protomanders are... Can't really complain. Mr. Onion Knight carried the fight yet again. Thank you, Mr. Onion Knight. That's 70. Alright, 71. 71 to me is the hardest set of the entire run. A lot of complicated enemies, a lot of things we'll talk about, because there's things you really want to be careful of. And as always, we're going to be pulling one of everything. So, at least you get to see what everything does. But, we're going into the 71 set. So far, so good. Alright, welcome back to the ad, guys. Thank you. So, this set, in my opinion, is the hardest set of the entire run. There's a lot of things here that is complicated. There's a lot of things that can kill you. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Salji. Pretty good. I was happy. I wish I would finish that out on Thursday, but, you know, server issues. But at least we've been clean today, so I can't complain. There are a lot of enemies here that are certainly scary. If anything, you have to note down 76. 76 is the most important floor in this run, because that is when apes will start to show up, and if you're not prepared, or you're not looking out for apes, you can just get eliminated, because they have a chest thump, gigantic AoE, where if you just are in range, you're just one shot. It does like 500,000 damage. So 76, they will start to show up, so make that a note. As always, we'll pull one of everything, to showcase every single enemy, what they do. And we'll definitely describe how to get through this. Now, one of the things that is also notable, there's two notable things that are related to the floor set, as opposed to strategies. Well, it could adjust for strategies, but we are playing Machinist, so we're not going to go crazy on this. It has always been historically known that 71 to 73 have high landmines. Hey, welcome back. It has high landmines, so you can use a lot of sites to pull out a lot of landmines. We're not really going to do that on this class. It's great for tanks, great for healers, but I'm not really going to do that. It's not really necessary for a job like Machinist. Second, the raisings, the possibility of picking up raisings are pretty high here from my experience from all my runs. Like, we're talking way higher than Palace and Heaven on High. So more than likely you'll restock, and you'll probably cap out by the end of this run. Now that's assuming you're checking all the chests. You know, that's making that assumption. I mean, if you're not checking all the chests, then you're not going to pick up a raising. So two things to note there. But also, lastly, that this is the last set you can pick up a raising. You do not get a raising anymore from like 81 and 91. So you want to get all your raising here so that you're set for the next two floors. But that's pretty much what you're going to look for. Other than that, we're kind of going to run this through standard, like a standard run. Nothing too crazy, just making sure we keep our time and use Protomanders as needed. And that is the summary of 71 plus. So let's go on in. We're going to raising immediately, because there's a lot of shenanigans that can go on in this set, let me tell you. Okay. Gonna probably keep strength going here. Kunoichi, very similar to the ninjas earlier. They are proximity, they are patrols, except these guys do dream within a dream. So they're not going to do that AoE that the other ninjas did. Triple slash. So they will have a higher chance of dipping you below to 20%. They too will have the assassinate ability. So don't be low HP around them. Actually, that started on 61, Kian. That started from 61. Alright, so we have the Toku. The Toku are pretty easy. One of the better enemies to fight. Oh grab, and we have a cat. Alright, well, I guess we'll try to explain two things at once. So the Toku does like conal, slow cast, slow call. Come on. It is a delayed telegraph. So you see the cast come out, but you will not see the conal come out until a little bit later. So, and that I believe does not actually kill you, but it does do a very, very wicked slow. Like we're talking like massive slow. Okay. Oh, great. Just keep on coming, why don't you? Alright, so now we got a cat. As you've been seeing, they do Wide Blaster. It is a very wide blast. I don't know how to explain it. It's a very wide blast, so be very careful. You know, little complicated when you're dealing with multiple of them. Just trying to eliminate one first. Okay, now we can talk about this. This does have a tail swing, so if you're behind it after it does the thing, it will do a tail swing, and then instead of that one. So yet another tail swing that you have to worry about. Normally, under most circumstances, as a machinist, you're probably not really worried about a tail swing. And as you saw there, do not get too far away from them because that wide blaster is, again, wide. But that's what the cat does. And if it's also any indication about the type of damage enemies are doing, auto attack, not overly crazy. I didn't witching, I didn't anything. You just kind of handled them, just dodge mechanics. So that's the gist of that. Another cat coming that way. I get a good vibe here. Alright, let's pull the unicorn. Unicorn is a little bit dangerous because it'll do 3 knockbacks. Think of the Heaven on High warriors. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. That can be sure casted or can be arm's length. You will then also cast an ability called Innocence, which is just a regular AoE. But the more complicated thing is those knockbacks. You want to make sure that you pull them in a spot that you can either arm's length or you're just ready to get knocked back in a specific direction. Cheetah, welcome back. Okay, and we will pull an elephant. An elephant will do a gap closer into an immediate AoE. This is very similar to the Kelpie on the previous floor. It'll run at you, followed by rear. In this case, it doesn't give any warning about the run-in, so you want to be very careful that you see and hear the animation, and then just run away from it. Went well. The run's just going smooth. I mean, there's really nothing to complain about right now. Everything's been going okay. Only died once, so it's not bad. Oh my gosh, I got a demi-clone? Oh my god. Okay, let's go behind him. Wanna go to the exit? Yeah, I didn't even expect that. Oh my gosh, man. Here I was worried that I would have to sit on 2 demi-clones for the rest of the duty. Oh my gosh. Nothing new here. We've pulled everything. This one. Unicorn kind of moved in my way here. That will 100% aggro. Okay. Not gonna use anything. We'll just proceed as normal. We have a Shank and Steel going right now. Ninja! I would highly recommend taking care of the ninja top priority. They are very quiet, and again, they are patrol and proximity, so unless you're paying attention, you might get caught by them. First time I fought those elephants, I thought rear was just the frontal trumpet thingy and the other elephants, and oh no! I think, what was I, on Red Mage? On Red Mage, when I was progging, I basically was just playing stay away from every single enemy. You know, which did cause a couple deaths, but at the same time, I think it saved me life. So, if you were right, Biftech, I would have died to it that way. But in my case, I didn't die because of the strategy that I was employing. So, it could have gone either way. I'll pull the Toku. Now that we're not fighting 2 things. Again, it'll do slow call. Really easy conal, nothing too complicated. Just make sure you're not in front of it. Very similar. Have we fought anything with that fast conal yet? No, I think later we will with the quartz. Don't think we fought anything with a fast conal like that yet. Switching. Okay, there's the run-in. Apparently he's strafing. There's the rear. And proceed as normal. Waiting for this elephant to move so I can figure out where I want to go, but he's not moving. There we go. Toko. Pretty easy for a range class, by the way, for that move. You're typically in motion anyway, so you're gonna be usually in a great spot. Unless you happen to run back into it, then that could be a problem. Ah, the Gulu. Not gonna lie, we do recommend not to pull this at all, but I will pull this right now. This thing is bugged as of this video. And what it'll do is it'll do a conal, and it'll follow up with a second conal, so it's a little bit tricky. Now, the current way that we figured out how to handle this is that you stand on the side. You do not want to run away from this, you do not want to run behind this. Because for some reason, it can store the second hit and not use it right away, and then use it immediately. And that's a big problem. So for me, standing on the side of it has been good to avoid the weird bug that it seems to have. Of course, the other thing is just don't pull it, which is better advice. But that is the Gulu. We call it Cocaine Bear because of its silliness and its unpredictability, and it fits it very well. But yeah, do not pull it. Like sometimes we joke, you know, hey, don't pull this. Don't pull that. Just pull everything else, please. Everything else is no problems. Just don't pull that one. Yeah, and I've died, unfortunately. I have a video and a clip of it where I was on Red Mage, and it did the swipe, the first swipe. It didn't do the second one, and I was away from it. I was just like far away from it, and it came up to me and then did the second swipe. I couldn't avoid it because it was an instant ability. It's a rare occurrence. Like, we're not talking about something that's common. Like, it doesn't always happen. People originally thought that it was because of the lethargy interaction, which is a fair guess. And it did happen with lethargy interaction, where it just for some reason it bugs it with lethargy, but it happened without it. It happened to me and another gamer. So it becomes very risky if it's a randomized thing that you can't predict. It happens like once in a while. So better case is just not to pull them until sometime after this video when maybe they do fix it or they never fix it and just never pull it. Yes. And then they replied saying working as intended. that is what Square Enix said. It is working as intended. So yeah. Now look, I'm someone who like, okay, this is what it's gonna be, then we gotta find our ways around it. You know, like I'm not gonna complain over it, I'm not gonna throw a fit over it. I'll leave that to other people. You just find your way around it. And your way around it is to not pull it. Alright, Thunder Beast. Not an enemy I like to fight, but we will fight this thing. No telegraph. So you gotta watch for it to, like, scrouch down, because then it'll do a point blank. Usually after about 3 autos, there's that scrouch down. Now, running away from it will actually trigger, like the phallic. If we run away from this thing, it'll do Spark. Ah! Okay. Oh, it's a pretty big one. Okay, I thought it was a lot tighter. So, running away from it will do similar to Phallic, where it'll do a donut that you have to get in. It's like a penalty of running away from this enemy. Okay, he's crunched now. No telegraph. So you want to be very careful as a machinist because you are naturally running away from the enemy. This is a patrol. So, you know, it makes it a little bit more complicated because we do always recommend fighting patrols. And in this specific instance, just be very aware that it does something like that. Wide Blaster. It is a sight also. Thunder Beast is one enemy I do not like fighting because of the no telegraph, so on and so forth. So if you can't avoid it, I would recommend it, but hey, if you're comfortable with that fight, you be you and you do you. Look at the trolls. I mean, especially on big pulls, they're gonna be like real nasty if they try to track something that isn't doing telegraph, you know? Are most of these one-taps? I think they're basically one-taps for everyone. On a tank, I am not sure if anything is survivable. I know the apes later, which will do the chest thumps. I think you can technically survive it if you like literally full mitigate, but I'm not even 100% sure on that. Like it's silly. Like you'd have to run up to an ape and just like full mitigate. I don't even know why you're gonna do that under like normal circumstances, but I guess it, just to prove a point, yeah, you could, but yeah, for the most part, everything's just gonna one-shot you. Alright, Cocaine Bear. I wanna wait for the for this elephant to move to check this chest, which he did. Flight is good. Excuse me, we have a Kunoichi coming in. Couple. I do not have a steal on, and there is the cat coming back, so I'm gonna actually pull away from you. $300k with a lot of mint, yeah. One of those things, like, I don't know why you're trying to mitigate it, by other than just, like, dodging it or something. I have a what? Oh, I have a Gulu. Alright, we are going to have the Witching here. Our priority will be the Gulu. I may also consider doing a steal here. We have a Toku, which is easy, and we have an Elephant, which is easy. It's just the Gulu that's going to be a bit of a problem. I'm going to be taking care of the elephant first. I'm also going to focus target the Toku so I can see both abilities coming in. Slow call is coming in. That's the thing. Alright, now we deal with this. No problem, cost me witching, but we'll be fine. I kind of examined what spawned, and honestly, if we had two Tokus and a elephant, I would have done this no witching with a steal. But the Gulu is the one that made the decision of doing something more than just fighting them. Especially because it eliminated my ability to kite. So, not ideal. Still not out of here. I'll bypass this. What is this chest anyway? Oh, this is a flight. Okay. The Orthos Gulu will remember that. Uh-oh. Okay. That happened real fast. Less sprints. Almost got caught again because I wasn't ready. Not out of here yet. High kill count. Gonna respect this because he does wide blaster very often. Next floor is flighted. We will go a little bit faster. Also, we'll strongly consider doing a strength, keeping that at 2. But not until I get to the next word. If I use it now, there's going to be travel time, so I lose some minutes on the strength. It might be out of here soon. Hey Kira! Thanks for the raid! Thank you for that raid, I hope you're doing well. Hope your stream was good. Welcome in from Kira's community. I'm Andrew's Demonist. We are doing Machinist, and we're doing over-explaining. So this will be like a live tutorial, live guide. So if you have any questions, it's certainly a good time to ask, or just sit back, relax, and all that fun stuff. You have a question? I have a potential answer. I want to give you a shout out first. Thanks for the raid. Guys, check out Kira. She is fantastic. Her streams are very comfy. If you like this vibe, you'll like her vibe. Guaranteed. How was your stream? What are you up to? What's the question? Is the Ortho Demolisher self-detonate line citable? Self-detonate line of citable. Good question. Oh, the bits, the little robot things? I would say yes, they are. Yeah. I was thinking, like, the ones in the higher floors, but... Because I'm like, can you line of sight those? But then, yeah, the ones in the lower floors, yes, you can. No problem. There's very few things here that is not line of sightable. Actually, one of those enemies we're gonna come up here, which is the lions. You can't line of sight those. But basically, for the most part, you can just assume that line of sighting is fine. Also, thank you, chat, for reassuring the answer. 22. Hey, you know what? Little by little, it's all good. We take the PVs, you know? You gotta start somewhere. That's how it goes. It's a little stupid. I should pull something with me. You know, I advertised raising. I haven't picked one up yet. I'm not really afraid of mimics, by the way. Because they're honestly the probably easier ones to fight in the set. Yeah, little by little, and at some point you'll get to 100. Each floor will add on. It's a great attitude. Yeah, welcome in, guys. I do a lot of deep dungeon here. I do some variety on Mondays and Fridays as well. Tomorrow we'll be doing a little bit more Octopath, which I'm really excited about. But yeah, welcome in. Not afraid of mimics? Not in here. So I just did head graze. Oh, this is flighted, right? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna wait for my head graze to come. Gotcha. Yeah, my day's been good. Had some family time today, and now I'm here streaming. Had to stream a little earlier because we had to do a ninja clear because I had some server issues on Thursday. I couldn't. I literally just had to end stream because the game was unplayable. But it's a lot better now. We cleared ninja, and now we're looking to clear machines today. A little extra long stream, but I've trained for it. Good to go. Ready to go. Happy to be here. Yeah, Thursday was bad. I wasn't the only one that was having some issues, but it was like, I was on Ninja, and we were having a constant 1 second delay on everything. Just imagine 1 second delay on ninjutsu. It's just like... And I was on this set, actually, in particular, and I had to clear the set with the whole lag. I'm surprised I even didn't get disconnected, but yeah, it was just like... Whew, what an experience. I mean, that definitely made for a nice VOD, that's for sure. Alright. I think we'll fight a wolf later. But if not, I will explain them if I don't see them again. Oh, I guess we should find it out. So the wolves, they do a DOT, but they are not anywhere near as deadly as their counterparts in Heaven on High. The DOT doesn't do much, it's about a 1k tick. They will get an attack bonus at some point, maybe about 20-30 seconds into the fight. but even that will not boost their damage that much, so don't be too worried about these like you are in the other deep dungeons. Pretty good pulls. Yeah, there's the attack bonus right there, but it's not really going to do that. I mean, you don't have to really be too concerned about it, so that's the wolf in a nutshell. Great pull compared to a lot of these other things. A little less complicated, but we also picked up a raising, which was good. I don't think they life train with their bite. I'm not actually sure, because I don't really pull them. I can pull another just to find out. I don't think so, though. Right. No knockback. Give her these Corrigans. I don't have steel on, so I do want to be careful. We have a Hippogriff. Ooh, safety's good. Do I Demicone here? Or do I Serenity? Time's so good. So let's pull it. Let's pull a wolf. Let's observe their HP here. Nope, it doesn't drain. No heal back. You would see the heal back. Not yet. Monkey is in 76, so one more floor for the monkey. Key floor is 76 when the monkey show up. Bird of Orthos. Good pull. They also sight. So we'll pull them. These are not complicated at all. All they do is a gaze, and if you don't get hit with the gaze, then that's all they do. If you get hit with the gaze, you are going to be confused, I believe, for 30 seconds, and then it will do Revelation, which is similar to its ability in Palace of the Dead, and it will one-shot you. So it's a wombo combo. But, as I said, if you never get hit with the gaze, then it never does the other one, so don't worry about it. Respect, 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 respect. Dump a GCD if you have to, just respect that move. We'll also be dealing with the Hippogriffs. Hippogriffs are very similar to their counterpart in Heaven on High. They are sight though, not proximity. We will need a line of sight here, because they will do the same rotation. Very similar rotation. So they'll do free fall into a couple of double attacks. They'll do one more free fall. That is your signal for Winds of Winter. Winds of Winter is a gigantic AoE that will kill you if you get hit. You can line of sight it. So it'll be doing Winds of Winter very soon. It is, I believe, stunnable, but you're not a machinist. You're not a stun, so we're line of sighting. Good to go. And we can finish it. Pretty good pull. Their auto attacks and their double damage does not do that much, unlike Heaven on High. So they're a pretty good pull as well, versus some of the other things. And being sight makes it pretty easy. I'm gonna lurk and alright, yo, thank you for the raid. Do your thing. It's always good to see you, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Lethargy definitely makes this a lot better. We have the Gulu Gulu, Cocaine Bear, so we're not gonna fight him. But I will pull the Bird of Orthos, because they're going to be pretty good. Now this will be very slow, which is really nice. Turning. You know, time is pretty good. We haven't done anything special other than using some shanks and seals, which is great. Alright, we're off to the next floor. Alright, 76, big floor. Time for apes. Oh. Well, we can also... Oh, this is actually an interesting interaction. So, the apes will heal themselves with their banana move. So one thing you really want to pay attention to is checking around the rooms. You see an ape, you gotta be careful. So we're gonna be very careful through these rooms. There's one right there. I'm gonna safety. I'm gonna flights. I'm gonna fortune. Okay, there's the move. We want to make sure we are not in line of sight. You get hit with this AoE, you are dead. Look how big it is. There's another one behind me as well. So I'm gonna do the storms now. We have a Dread as well. It's actually still safer to do this versus the versus not because of the apes, honestly. Checking the rooms, making sure there's one more over there. Nice sword. Ace bananas will remove gloom. It will. And also, like I said, they are low HP, so that banana will heal them, but I don't think it's that significant. I think it's only like a 10% or something, but it's still there, so... What chests did I miss? I missed the Dread, and I missed something else. Something else dropped me. Not? What the hell was this? Oh, why didn't I pick it up? What? They didn't scream. So normally what happens is when you spawn on the floor, they will typically do it all at roughly the same time. So I think I still had time before that thing was back on cooldown. That's why they didn't do it. Thanks, Noga. Noga looking after me, I appreciate that. Oh, the Korgans? Oh, because I killed them. Because they died. They're not gonna scream. Checking for apes. There's one here. I got the storms back. I'm gonna pull the ape. The ape will come in with a gap closer. And it's a knockback as well. These are not very threatening to fight at all. They're more threatening when they're out of combat. It'll do Still Pedal. It'll follow with Browbeat, which doesn't do that much damage at all, like its counterpart in Palace or Heaven on High. And it'll pretty much repeat that rotation. So it's not... So these are high priority, because you do not want to run around with them doing chest thump. You see one, pull them. No, they didn't do it on the kill. Because they got one shot out. So it's the same as if you punch them with Dread. You clean them out in one shot. They will not do the scream. So it's the same scenario in that case. Okay. Flame Beasts. All it will do is a gigantic line AoE, but this is the one enemy that you cannot LOS the ability. You have to run behind them. Watch the AoE line here. There you go. That goes through a wall. So be very careful. Do not rely on a line of sight. It's the one enemy that you cannot line of sight. Also, it's kicking my butt. Alright. If you want to be staying close to this thing, kiting is not a good idea. Getting behind. Gamers have found that out the hard way. So that's why we know. Time is brilliant. Really happy with time right now. I'm gonna go to the other room. Not even concerned about time right now. So we didn't do anything special. We got our storms back. Took advantage of auto heal. No landmines. We were pushing strength and steals a little bit strong. But aside from that, we did get a little lucky with the alterations, so that did help a little bit. But so far it's been a pretty standard run. Raisings are full, as advertised. We are full on raisings. This one, the gaze. Gotta watch out for the gaze. Turning. All the apes are dead, so I don't have to worry about it. Might have to pull something else. I'm not gonna be too crazy here. Not really surprised by that. Also, just to kind of prove that they are sights, because they are typically sound of proximity in Heaven on High. I'm sorry, Palace of Dead. Those are sight. Now, I haven't seen another demi-clone outside of the first one I picked up. We haven't seen very many silver chests, too, so... that's one thing to note. Alright, we're out of here. Time is great. Also, I am demi-cloning the boss. I do recommend it no matter what, because the boss is going to take quite a while without it. I mean, if you're used to the mechanics, if you're okay with the mechanics, then be my guest, but I will demi-clone for simplicity's sake. Also, the chances of picking up a demi-clone in 81 plus is actually pretty high, so it's not too bad of a thing to do. No abilities? Alright, and there's a Sasquatch here. I'm gonna pull it right away. So because my time is good, I might just, like, deal with this normally. We shall see. This could be pretty bad because the kill count can be kind of high, so I want to be a little careful with my decision here. I may consider a Serenity already, but because we are doing a demi-clone on the boss, I may not have to worry about that too much. Like, I don't want, like, if I get to the boss in like 7 minutes, we're fine. So which means it leaves us 10 minutes per floor right now. Would you ever recommend demi-cloning on the floor outside? Wait, outside of having? Hold on. Let me just respect this ninja here. Would I ever, outside of having one extra one? Yes, I would definitely consider it on, like, tanks and healers to speed up Kirker. Sitting at 2 demi-clones is definitely a great strategy. Again, because of the frequency in which you pick them up, that's really not a bad idea. And really in 81, that might be even more important because of how high they are. And how frequent you see them up that high. And there's not, I don't think it's even bad sitting two demi-clones like the entire climb up, honestly. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, I'm planning to use them on the boss, so I kind of don't want to sit on 2 like right now. And the time is really good. Like, I would say a demi-clone is going to be good to catch you up on time. But you want to make that decision, like, sooner rather than later. Like, you don't want to be, like, halfway through a floor and be like, you know what, let's demi-clone. You want to make that decision, like, right away and be like, this is the floor, I'm gonna go faster. That makes sense. Right, we got a couple apes in here. That is a treasure room. Hands down. That's way too many apes in there. So I'm gonna clear up this room. I might investigate that room, but I may also ignore it because it might get really complicated. Are we like sitting 2 onion, 80 plus? So, yeah, and right now that's what I'm looking at too. 2 onion is like your mandatory for like, or not really mandatory. You can go without it, but it's my one for 99 and 90. I like to have that set up, and then the third one I'll just like kind of use whatever. So. I think I've pulled everything except the owl. We will pull the owl. So you guys can see what it does. The owl is one thing I would actually recommend not to really fight. It's not bad, it's just not great. Vale, thanks to follow, appreciate that. I'm gonna clear up the room though, so I'm gonna pull the Orthos bird out of here, so I can have some space to run. The owl will do what you think it will do, which is it'll do its chirped sleep. The chirped sleep is like a short range point blank. I think I picked up from Banshee that it was 6 yalm, so it's a pretty short range. However, if you do get slept, it will wombo combo with Tornado. Tornado will one-shot you if you get hit with it, so you want to make sure that you avoid that sleep. Now, unlike the one in Palace of the Dead bird, their sleep is a really large range, but this one is a pretty short range. Also, they are sound, so you can basically never fight them. And honestly, it's probably better that you don't. But, you know, up to you to decide. As a range class, it's not too bad because you can keep away from them. Chirps should be coming in. There's Chirp staying away here. And it goes off. No harm, no foul. It'll be up to you if you want to handle them. I would just rather prefer to fight some of the other things. I mean, apes are usually the priority. So by the time you clean up the apes, you probably don't have time to fight these anyway. So, staying away. Oh wow, that's an early exit. I'm surprised by that. Storms? Yeah, if I aggro something, I'll just take advantage of it. I'm gonna check these chests though. Again, this is sound, so I can chill. Okay, worth it. They're going into the next floor, so I don't really have to go faster, you know. I will eat some food though. If I aggro, I storms and I come back for it, but it looks like we're going to be in the clear. I hear an ape. Oh, it probably was in the room I just came from. I heard it in my ear, my right ear, so I came from the right side. Pretty straightforward. I mean, you know, nothing too crazy here. Just playing what the game gives me. Keeping the kills to the minimum. Pretty good. Gonna refresh on water here while I get a chance, because I'm out of water. Sorry. Almost dropped the water. That would have been real bad. No knockback, HP down. Alright, I'm looking in front of me to see if there's an ape. I don't currently see one, but I have to go around a little bit. There's also a room behind me and in the other direction. Kunoichi, Owl. Okay, I'm gonna play pretty safe here to sit in this area, just in case there is an ape in these rooms. I'm gonna examine this room real fast. There is another Kunoichi coming in, no ape. There's an ape here. I want to pull it right away. Oh, it had the attack bonus. I didn't even see the AoE. Ow! Okay. At least we got rid of him now. Gonna take care of the Kunoichi next, because I want to make sure that that doesn't sneak up on me. Okay, Kunoichi. There's a chest there. There is a chest here. Oh, it's the exit too. I'll check that sooner rather than later. There's a chest there as well. Alright, I'm gonna... This line probably moves in a bit. I'm gonna wait for him to move. Also, there's the exit. Okay, good. So right now, I want to check as many chests as I can, probably clear up this room, but there's a lot of possibility for more pulls, especially with potential mimics and apes and everything, so we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna wait for this to move. Okay, good. I don't need the alteration. We'll check south. There is another room here as well. Being careful, checking the room. Nothing here, alright. Using it. Good for the HP. It's actually a good thing these things are all owls. I can get past them no problem because they are sound aggro. Checking the room real fast. Don't see anything else in there. There's something. That's the apes here. Okay, we are line of sighted, so that's clear. I can just ignore him. Well, he might aggro. No. I'm gonna lethargy. So lethargy will really help me if we do run into another ape. We'll see the AoE lingering for a while, which is nice. Again, a nice tool if you're a little bit scared. This might be a floor I can see new runners using it for to avoid the ape AoE. Be really good, so you don't get snuck up and you don't get sniped by an ape or something like that. I'll just pop the strength now. I'm gonna be out of here soon. And I'm not going to come back here. I do have one more room to check. And then we'll clear up the exit. And what is in the exit again? Oh, alteration. Got it. Hugging the walls, hugging the walls. Flame beasts. Nothing here, so I'm gonna clear up the exit to make my life a lot easier. I will pull the owl as well, so we'll do Flame Beast, Owl. And if I need more, I'll pull more Flame Beasts. Okay, first Flame Beast. Again, we cannot LOS its ability, so we have to make sure that we run behind it. I gotta kind of respect it here. Run behind. Look how big this AoE is, by the way. Oh yeah, it's also lethargy, I forgot. And that does go through a wall. Pretty cool animation, not gonna lie. Alright, next Flame Beast. Would be cool if you could discover hidden rooms using monster UVs. I would love that, dude. I would love rooms that are off the map. You start walking into a blank spot in the grid. That'd be so cool. Alright, this was actually a pretty calm floor. Like, I've been hit with a lot of high kill floors and everything. This was pretty chill. Alright, now here. Let's talk about the 80 boss. This boss is not too bad with steel, without steel, but this does have quite a bit of mechanics, and I'm not gonna lie, this one in particular is probably the hardest boss for me execution-wise. There's a lot going on. We'll try to explain it as we go in, but we'll try to also make it as simple as possible. Once again, I'll talk about... I did get a new camera, thank you for asking. Once again, we'll talk about kind of the way I do it, and whatever interpretation you have, you know, take it. If you think you have an easier way, hey, you got an easier way, it's all good, but this thing that works well for me. Again, there's going to be a lot going on with this fight. This is the second boss that killed me on my second attempt, and it took me 3 racing to finally figure this out. So, shall we? Cool. Now, there is going to be an outside death ring. It will happen eventually. There's also going to be an inside death ring, so you want to be careful not to run inside the boss when the mechanic happens. Thanks for that follow, Valmy. Alrighty, so here goes the complication. First bar field comes out, that'll drop something on the inside and the outside. We also get 4 drones. We're going to get attached and tethered to one of these drones, and we're going to be dealing with magnets. One of the easier thing I do is opposites attract. That's the one I try to remember. Leftward, rightward, just like the Chimera, except it'll be in 3 parts, because there's the centralized as well. So we have turrets blasting from the corners. We have magnets coming in soon. Now the thing that's coming in next is going to be a tether. We're going to be tethered to a specific one. We have a minus, so that's a push. We want to stand about mid-range. We want to get pushed into the middle of the arena. We get stunned, pushed, we're going to be dodging line AoEs and a circle inside with a donut. And that's the rotation. So, there's a lot to go over, a lot to unfold on that fight. So that's the first rotation. I'm going to dismantle here. So we have these turrets that are on the outside. As mentioned, you are tethered to one of them, and actually you'll be tethered to the same one the entire time. So we were tethered to a negative drone, so every single time it'll be negative. Whether we get positive or negative, that's up to the boss, so we are negative. Now this boss will do central, left, or right. Central, you gotta get out of the middle, but a good strategy for this is if it does left or right, you can stand in the middle where the big arrow is, and you can dodge the rest of them. So you kind of keep it a little less complicated. That is definitely thanks to some gamers. You're also dodging some of these line AoEs simultaneously, but usually if you're in motion, you'll be okay from that. So now we're gonna get pushed. The name of the ability is Nerve Gas Ring. So it is a ring, which is a donut. You want to get inside. Pushed into it, and we're good. That's kind of rinse and repeat right now. We'll do another kind of different explanation on the next rotation. Now the Tank Buster, you're just alternating either Tactician or Dismantle. It's not going to kill you if you don't. I mean, it's there. You're not really using it anywhere else, so you may as well do that. Okay, we're gonna get back into another rotation. Alright, so again, look at the buff that you get. We are negative again, so it's a push. Centralized, we're getting out of the middle. Centralized again, we're getting out of the middle. So, as you see, I'm not taking too much damage. We do take a bone from that one. I'm gonna stand in the middle for this one to avoid the left. One more version here. We're gonna get pushed again. Now, I like to stand kind of midway for this. Right about here for the push. That's kind of where I like to stand. Pretty consistent. We avoid the line AoE, plus can readjust on the nerve ring if we need to. If we're getting pulled, I'll stay on the opposite side of the arena to make sure that happens. Gonna go dismantle. Alright, so that's the fight. You can pre-position the Hydra to avoid the line AoEs a lot more smoother, to avoid kind of central left and right. I don't really go into those details per se, because the turrets are static. But you know, if you want to do that to make your life easier, you're more than welcome to pre-position the boss, so on and so forth. They are predictable. We still have negative, so it's actually interesting. You may not see the pull the entire thing, which is RNG, I guess. I am favoring the center to avoid the right and the left. Alright, so now we're going to go into our push position, right about middle here. We get pushed, boom, into the ring, adjust if needed. We're good. Probably get one more rotation. It wasn't mentioned before, the middle is a death AoE, so you don't want to run to the middle, so you gotta be very careful. That was one way that I died in here. It's just I just ran in the middle, I didn't realize it. So very rinse and repeat. Do we get positive? And I show the gamers what a positive looks like. I do! I'm gonna hold damage. Alright, so left forward, I'm gonna go in center. Staying center. Left foot again. Avoid the AoE coming out. Come back in. Alright, now center, we're gonna go in. Now it's going to be a pull, so they're gonna get pulled into it. So I want the angle to be here, halfway, same distance, except I'm getting pulled. Opposites attract. Same mechanic, except we're getting pulled in. And there you go, that's the pull. So for me, again, the remembering is opposites attract. That's how I remember that as best as I can. And that's foot. So this one, again, just because there's so many ways to die, that's why this fight in particular makes it hard for me. Because the positionings are not, like, precise. Like, you have to worry about your geometry. I'm not good in geometry. So I like to get rid of this fight sooner rather than later. But that's 80. And again, I do recommend doing a demi-clone here. Hopefully we do prove our point that in 81 the demi-clones are very frequent. But also that is a long fight if you don't do a demi-clone. And because of the frequency of the demi-clones and the more than likely chances you're picking one up, not a bad idea. But you go in here with 20 minutes, and you're confident with the fight, by all means, fight it for however long this fight's going to be. So that, again, is up to the gamer on that one. But that's the 80 boss. So pulls just go opposite side of the boss. Yeah. Magnets, yeah. You know, whatever way helps you get the quick answer. Now, I was mentioning this before. You are tethered to a turret for like the rest of the fight. And I think when you're in a 4-man, everyone gets tethered to one each, so everyone has the same one the entire time. The only thing that swaps is the debuff that the boss gives you. So if you recognize what that is, if you notice the turret that you are tethered to, it buys you like 30 seconds to figure out if you're doing a push or pull, as opposed to like waiting for the tether to come out and then figuring out if you're getting pushed or pulled. So that's one way to buy you some time to figure out the push or the pull. Just understand that you'll have negative. In my part, it was negative. See the buff icon? It showed up right about here. I'm using my mouse right about here. It was positive, negative, and then you can make your adjustments. That's a nice way to kind of help you out with that strategy if the magnets are becoming a little bit of a problem. But anyway, that's the 80 boss. So we'll take another ad break here, 3 minutes. Stand-up stretch. I'm going to get a little bit more ice, actually. I've used up a lot of water. I need to get more water. Restroom break. We'll go into 81 after this. Arguably these floors actually look better than the stuff in Palace of the Dead, which actually took a pretty that's a difficult task, a really high bar, and they actually made this look pretty cool. So Flitter just wiped in 199. I'm sorry. Was it like a mistake? Was it just oops, I didn't see something? Was it like ran out of palms? It sucks. I mean, you got that high. Oh, so it's just the game just said no. So the game said no. Okay. You know what? Next time, you know, it probably doesn't happen again, but you probably be a little bit more careful on the serenities. That's all it is. It's just a learning lesson. Serenities are really valuable in Palace, let me tell you, but no, you will. You know, I think that type of loss doesn't feel too bad. Like, you know, you know what loss feels bad is when you make the mistake. Like, you just, like, step on a landmine, you pull something you shouldn't have, you time out. That hurts you more. But when the game is, like, you're trying your hardest, you know? Like, you're playing playing well, making good plays, doing good pulls, and the game just says, no, not today. It's just like, okay, fine, tomorrow. Fine, game, fine. It's like a challenge, right? I'll beat your ass next time. So, yeah. Yeah, don't worry, dude. It's so funny. We've heard so many stories of people, you know, 199s are there. Hey, can you imagine timing out in 200? I did that. That was great. But you're there, and Deep Dungeon is in a way where, like, you know, you don't magically get there. You didn't have some, like, magical run that you'll never do it again. It just means that's your bar. Like, okay, I can get to this point now, so you just do it again. That's the beauty of this content. That's the beauty of the skill that you create in this content, you know? It's not a random event. It's you worked your ass to get there, which means you just have to work your ass off again. And you're capable of doing it. So. Okay. Game plan. The floors are big. So there's a lot of movement here. Pretty much we're approaching this set very similar to a lot of the other sets. Nothing too crazy. Honestly, you know, after you do it yourself, you can certainly have your own opinions, but a lot of people, myself included, feel like this challenge was kind of going up, and all of a sudden, it kind of peaks, and it feels like it actually goes lower. The difficulty feels like it goes lower here. Thanks for those follows, Zethra and Ellen. Ellen. Sorry, I killed your name. I apologize. And TSG, thanks for the follow. Kojo. So, but you don't want to take this easy, right? You don't want to just all of a sudden, it's like, this is no problem. You want to take it seriously. I mean, the enemies are going to be a little bit tricky here. One of the characteristics that we have noticed is that the demi-clones seem to be pretty common, even more common than they have been. So, we'll see how that goes on this run. the boss of this one is going to be a lot of fun. I really like this boss a lot. Probably my favorite boss. One of my top 3 favorite bosses in all of Deep Dungeon. Hard to beat Behemoth, hard to beat Godfather because of what it does emotionally, but in terms of fun factor, this is really up there, so we'll definitely go over that when we get there. But we gotta get there, so you're doing plus, we'll pull everything, as always. Go! Raising immediately. Alright, I'm gonna open with the strength here. Okay, now I'm not gonna pull the Kato yet to demonstrate something that they do out of combat. They will do a gaze out of combat. I'm gonna pull a course. These are proximity. We're gonna start with a gap closer, and then they're gonna follow with glass punch, which is a quick conal AoE. A little bit similar to slow call, except that will kill you. Now, keeping an eye on the cow. There it is. So the cow would do a gaze. Look at the size of this gaze. That is called Demon Eye. It's a very large one. If you get hit with it, it is a what chat said is a 20-second stun. Not good, especially if you're fighting certain things. So these are not very intimidating. That's all they do. They just do the Demon Eye. This will gap close to you when you pull. Infusion, and then it'll do Demon Eye. So it definitely is recommended to eliminate these first. Aside from the fact that you don't have to deal with them doing the gaze attack. Also, they're not really that bad to fight at all. So something to keep in mind if you see them. Demon Eye again. We're gonna pull another course because it is a proximity. It is also a patrol. Oh my god, it's a I can't believe it. Wow. I can't believe we picked up another demi-clone. There was another course coming in. Gap closer first. Into glass punch. Watch out for the glass punch. Followed by catapult. It pretty much has like all of the abilities that the Thing and Palace of the Dead have. There's like 2 of them. One of them does catapult, tank buster. The other one does the gap closer, butterfly. And it just does all of them at the same time. Glass punch away from it. Is 99 guaranteed? Well, 98 specifically. I actually think it is not. Because some people have gotten 2. I've gotten 3 all the time, but some people have gotten 2, so no, it is not guaranteed 3. I would say it's guaranteed something, but not 3. Now, glass punch coming in. Alright, now Hecht Eyes are sound, as they historically are. I actually highly recommend you don't pull these. This is only because they have a very annoying thing that they do, so we will pull one. The first thing they do is a gaze, which I imagine is a paralyze. Usually it is. Now the second move they do is a gigantic point blank. Like, we're talking like in the entire room. And we cannot stop it. And we have to get the hell out of this thing when it starts using the ability. Catharsis. Here it is. We can't stop it. Look how big this thing is, dude. Look how big it is. So, not an ideal pull, because we're just losing damage. I mean, it's not a hard enemy to fight. But it's a waste of time, because you have to run away from that thing. Even as a ranged class, you can't shoot it from that far. And because it's sound, you don't have to pull it, dude. You can just ignore the whole thing, so don't fight them. I would highly recommend you skip them. Let's pull the Persona, just because I don't know if there's another one coming up. They will gap close into you. Their first move is a conal, so you want to stay kind of close, so you don't want to run away from them. Now the next thing they'll do is they'll do another gap close into a point blank. Kind of your indication that it's coming, and then it'll also follow quickly with another conal. So they're not too bad to fight at all. They are proximity, so you do want to kind of eliminate them if they're in your way. But these are a pretty good fight. Yeah, they have time. Yeah, you can't stun it either, if I remember correctly. So it's just a terrible pull, just for damage purposes. Can't see, dude. The flooring is also real bad. annoying sometimes. Alright, let's proceed. Alright, we have the, this one. I'm gonna pull this one because... Oh, nope, just kidding. I'm gonna target him so I can keep track of the gauge just in case. Lethargy is gonna be really good here. It will slow everything down. Not that one, though. Okay. So all the AoEs are gonna be way slower. There is a Dread Beast here, apparently. Good thing, I knew that. Because I clearly didn't. I think he just moved, so I'm gonna try to get to this chest, and hopefully I don't die doing it. Hello? Oh, shame. Alright, AoE coming in. It is Lethargy. Gotta keep it focused target so I can know when that thing's coming out. Alright. Let's look to get out of here. I might try to check that room since the cow is blocking me. But there is also patrol coming, so I may just leave now. Because I have to wait for that patrol to walk past. So once this thing turns, I'm gonna go. Yep. Oh, you little piece of crap. Alright. I'm gonna focus target him so I can see the Demon Eye coming out. They're gonna both get off at pretty much the same time here. Which does mean I might actually check the exit of the other room now. Hey Dior! Thanks for the raid, I appreciate that. I'm gonna give you a shout out when I get a chance. Hey, welcome to the stream. Hope your stream is good. I'm gonna go. What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. I'm Angelus Demonist. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon Solo over here. And we're currently doing a live guide. But you're welcome to talk to me, ask questions, whatever it might be. Hey! Thanks for passing by. How was your stream? Oh, how was Octopath? I love Octopath. I'm playing that tomorrow. How far are you into Octopath? Hey, thanks for that follow. I'm knee deep into Octopath, and I can't wait to play that game again tomorrow. Alright, we got an auto heal, so we will take a huge advantage of the auto heal. It's good, nice. According to PlayStation, which I didn't ask it to tell me. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. So you're a little bit behind me. That's cool. According to PlayStation, I didn't ask it to tell me, but it's like, hey, just in case you didn't know, I am about 75% through the game, so... But nice, I hope you're enjoying every minute of that, because I am having a blast in that game. No, you're enjoying it. You don't have to be ahead or behind, you know? I mean, I'm taking my sweet time with that game, so, yeah. God bless. But yeah, thanks. Welcome in. We've been having a pretty good day here. We started at 41 on Machinist, and now we're just trying to clean up the last couple floors. So if you want to see the new Deep Dungeon, this is the brand new Deep Dungeon. Soloed and explained that you came to the right place. Right now what just happened is that we used a Protomander of Storms, which reduces everything to single digits, but because there is a no auto-heal disabled debuff, it also affects the enemies. And therefore, the enemies will also be not regenerating their HP, which means they are all easily one-shot. And we definitely take advantage of this with a Fortune. Real nice way to get some quick kills and some potential chests and a quick floor clear. And that's what's happening right now. Usually I save my storms for situations like this, because you never know how many times you get them. You may get 0, you may get a lot. I'm not really... storms is a little bit tough to use on a DPS to get full advantage, unlike some other jobs, because you have to kind of survive the pull. But in this case, it's a really good situation to use that. Unfortunately, the Fortune did absolutely nothing, which, in all honesty, that sounds like a fortune to me. I'm gonna start using my flights here as well. We are getting down to the last 20 floors, so I'm gonna push my flights to 2. So we can kind of keep ahead on time. This was a fantastic time save here. We want to, keep the time flowing here. gonna keep the flight at 2. Okay. I don't have a steal on. And I may consider... I'm gonna Serenity this, because it's just gonna be a little bit bad. I'm willing to Serenity that for now. If this was a full floor, I would have probably Demi-cloned here. But in this case, we do the Serenity because it's also the blind. If this was just no items, I would have tried to fight this. But the blind would make this a little bit more complicated, so I decided to do that. I'm gonna walk here because this is a sound. Even though it has 10 eyes, it can't activate any one of them, so it's a sound enemy. I'm gonna build a Persona here, because it'll aggro on my way in. It is Lethargy, so it is going to be a pretty good fight overall. I eventually want to sold this on Dancer. Hey, Dancer was one of the first shops to get the clear in the first couple of days. And I know a lot of people do like the Dancer. So yeah, it's a good choice. I mean, the physical ranges really work pretty similar to each other. Machinist would be a little bit superior, just on paper. I mean, its damage is going to be superior, but honestly, like, between Bard and Dancer, you're gonna be kind of playing very similar, so it's a good time for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna pull a Deep Eye. This will be our first encounter with a Deep Eye. It is Sight. It will do a 360 Gaze, followed by a Vom Scream. So this one is a little bit different than your typical Deep Eye in Palace of the Dead. So this will be the Gaze. It does do Paralyze. It'll also, I believe, do its double attack too, but it'll do a Scream here. That'll be the literal Scream. And that's about all it does. The Bone is about 25 seconds, so... Is that the real... Hey, Hollowed! That is... Hello, how you doing? The real one, yeah, I know. The fake one is real sus, but the real one is here. Checking chest, Intuition. Hey, no problem, Dior. Yeah, like, I don't know when I'm gonna get to Dancer. I mean, I'm gonna get to all the jobs, but, when it came to physical range in general, like, it didn't feel too different. Like, you had to push a little bit more because your damage was less, but it wasn't really too different. Sparkling Parfait! Hello! How you doing? I'll get you that chat in a little bit. We got a Vitching. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. Sparkling Parfait. Thanks for that. How was your stream? Welcome in. Playing Final Fantasy XIV Online. I've heard of that game. Hope it was good for you. Welcome in, guys. Angel Steven is here. We're doing a little bit of a tutorial for Machinist, which means we explain a lot of things, a little over-explanation, but it's all about teaching the viewers and eventually the YouTubers about how to do this content. So, welcome in. It's a pretty good game, yeah. Does it have... I think it does have a free trial. Oh my god. OMG. And I think even one of the expansions are free now. Aside from the free expansions that are already free. Look at that gaze. Okay, there we go. I was gonna wait, like, that gaze is taking a year to get done. The actual, yeah, the critically acclaimed, yeah. Alright, we're gonna go pick up that chest, even if it's a mimic, I don't care. Any chests? Stormblood, yeah. The steel, nice. Stormblood is free for like a month, right? My time is, it's respectable. No real complaints about time right now. I will use an altar to keep it at 2. But we'll kind of proceed as normal right now. I'm sure they will, eventually. Lambda. I don't know when, but I'm sure it's gonna happen. You know, probably like 7.0, right? Alright, ability down. This kind of will prompt me to demi-clone here. For reasons because it will save me a lot of time. And like I said, Demiclone should be kind of common, so I will Demiclone with Doga. He'll help me out. Instead of using the Serenity, which I did use earlier, I would rather use a Demiclone, push that to 2. My Demiclones are pretty set for life for the rest of this run, so I don't really need to go crazy. I wish most of the dungeon in this is interesting. Yeah, I know! Well, I like that. You know, the cave floors are not bad in my opinion. I do like the cave floors. They look pretty. But this is very well designed. Okay, we're gonna pull a pudding. The pudding will just do kind of a gigantic triangle conal AoE. I believe it does also do a circle AoE on you, but I'm not too sure. This is not a complicated fight though. It is sight. It does do okay. So that's all it does. Dark. Really not a bad fight at all. So pretty good pull if you need to kill things. Kind of looks like Palace, yeah. The wide open floors and everything. Yep. Alright, we're gonna deal with the Chorus because he's in the way. The Abyss is also a good pull. It is sight. It looks pretty intimidating, but it's not too bad at all. Oh, the cave floors? The cave floors do look, yeah. I mean, some of the layouts are actually very similar to the previous Palace Dead cave floors. It just looks way prettier. I call it HD cave floors. Colors are way better, they're prettier. We're pulling the Abyss here. Abyss will only do a circle AoE on the target, on you, and just do range attacks. It's actually pretty tame, nothing too crazy. It'll probably be a little bit more complicated if the room was gloomed or something, or low HP. But yeah, this is a pretty straightforward fight. Again, looks more intimidating than it actually is. And we're already up. Oh, the mimics are blocking the exit. I want that chest, so I'm gonna kind of go around here. Unfortunately, it didn't hit this one, but it's okay. We majorly refer to the Abyss as a pushover. Man. Yeah, Giga Chad and pushover. And you know what? It helps you remember things. That's why her naming of things is memorable. Really. Who's Giga Chad? The Archerons in 41+. That's who she calls the Giga Chads. I mean, they do look like him, honestly. I'm not even gonna dispute that at all. Let's see if I can get to the exit clean. Otherwise, we will do some Doga Tech. But it looks like I can get to the clean. Actually, you know what? Let me showcase Doga Tech. Why not? You ready for Doga Tech? I hope you can count to 5, and I hope this Mimic doesn't troll me. Alright, ready? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Oh, he trolled me. God damn it. All I wanted to do is demonstrate some really cool tech. So, basically on a Mimic pool, if you hold 5 seconds and then engage in combat, since Doga's first ability is usually Petrify, it'll time it just right that it'll actually stop Petrify. And the only reason why that's even useful on Machinist is because you have no abilities. It's like the only reason why that would ever become something you think about. Because otherwise you're head grazing, but you know. In this case I got trolled, so it is what it is. Alright. Beauty. Oh, I said Mississippi. Mimic going pretty damn smart in that one. It did that all day to me earlier when we were on Ninja. Alright, we have new enemies to pull, so you guys can see what they are. Spartory. Well, let me get across here. Oh, okay, I'm gonna pull it right now. Spartory will open up with a gigantic circle AoE on me. But then you have to be ready for this, because what it'll do, it'll go to the center of this target, but it'll follow up with a conal right after, so you gotta come up close. Triple trial, it's a conal. So it's kind of meant to kind of trick you there. You know, you run away from the AoE, but then it catches you. But that's how you handle that one. Not too bad. Really good pull. This is also sight, so not too bad. I'm gonna pull the Gubu. The Gourmand, I believe is proximity. This does the pull in like the previous floor. It'll pull you in, followed by a conal. But I think it also has a AoE on you as an additional effect, which is something that the Palisade ones do. So. You ready for the pull-in? There's another Guru coming. I'm gonna pull the pudding right now. Okay, wait for the conal. Mogtalk! What's up, Frosty? Mr. Full-Time Frosty, Mogtalk himself. What's up, dude? How you going? How's stream? Hope you're doing well. I believe Frosty has a PB of 80-something in his solo attempt, so it's really cool to hear it. A little bit of a train here. What do you got up to? Guys, that's Mogtalk, man. He does podcast. He was my teammate. My couch on GDQ saved me from utter embarrassment. A good man overall. Check it out. First night at top. Oh, top was today. Let's go, dude. All right, cool. Hope that went smooth. Yep, proximity for the Gugu. I hope that went well. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Cheering you on, dude. I'm sure as your first ultimate, you got that no problem in the bag. Welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Angela's Leaving as I do a lot of Deep Dungeon Solo. We are doing a Machinist run in a form of a tutorial. So we're kind of over-explaining things, we're pulling everything, showcasing what this thing has to do, so that you'll have as much knowledge as you can if you ever think about trying to solo this on Machinist, or any other job, for that matter. If you have questions, you are welcome to ask them. I'll just be talking as much as possible. I'm gonna pull you right now. X-Wing Fighter and Quick Thinks, thanks for those follows, I appreciate it, welcome to the stream. We'll be going all the way today, so if you want to see potentially all the way to 100, I gotcha covered. Feeling pretty confident, should be pretty good for that. So, yeah, sit back, relax. Because, oh yeah, you're staying blind. Frosty's staying blind, yeah. Frosty, I am gonna be excited for you to get that clear, man. You'll get it. You're good, you're a damn good gamer, you'll get it, so... Yeah, do your thing, your pro-stream stuff, I appreciate it. I'll take care of the guys who are watching you, and, I'll catch you next time, my friend. Only I got the other one. Alright. Got that semi-quick kill. First one we demonstrated. These Gubu again are proximity, so we have to be a little bit careful. But I'm going to check the other one first. Steel will use that delayed. Oh, well, I guess I'll pull one of you. Gotta be a little careful because we might get pulled into another one. Okay, that's a good position. I'm gonna go behind. AoE coming in. Okay, we're gonna check the room that I have not checked yet. Gormon train. They could have gone this way, but they went the other way. They went my way. No, never as scary as a Palace of the Dead thing. Velvet, you typed something I didn't read. Let me read it now. Une Stone Skin Shield made it so you don't get pulled in. Shields in general. Une kind of trolled me. Oh yeah, a lot of people were mentioning that. Yeah. Yeah. It happens. You gotta you just gotta pay attention, you know. Sometimes the NPCs just want to help you, you know? They're just there to help. They're trying their best. Time is okay. I probably do need to do something to speed up, but we are going to demi-clone the boss. That will definitely speed us up. And one of them is going to be an onion knife for that. What's the respawn time in EO? In 1 to 30, it's 1 minute. In 31 plus, I believe it is just 10 minutes. Up here, it is 10 minutes on a respawn. I think it's just that simple. Very similar, if not identical, to Heaven on High. I didn't pay enough attention. Yeah, it happened. And look, this deep dungeon in general is all about testing your focus, honestly. You know? Potentially more than the other ones. It's fun. Alright, so while I'm sitting here, what am I gonna do? We are 3 minutes over pace right now, so we have 3 minutes extra to burn. I think we just proceed as normal, not using anything extra. And we'll just see how where that takes us. I think this deep eye probably aggroes me by the time this Gourmand actually gets out of here, but that's whatever. But yeah, I think we just proceed as normal and play the game. Yep. Man, it's like I played this like before or something. Which one's my favorite deep dungeon now that, Palace still holds a really special place, but it's a little bit biased, right? I mean, I did GDQ in Palace. I do feel like Palace is a bit more of the showcase. People understand that how long the file takes and how high you are. You know, you see 170, 190. I think it really drives in the point of how many floors there are. Palace is still the special one to me, but this is fun so far, you know. I'm having fun with it right now. Alright, so we're gonna be about 1 minute over pace, so we'll see what the time is. Right now I'm looking into potentially a flight, but not yet. Not yet. I only need about 6 minutes on the boss. Pretty short amount of time for the boss. Mega the Geek, thanks to Paul, I appreciate it, welcome in. Ew! Oh man, it's a bad floor. I might dread this. Yeah, I might dread this with a fortune. Although, let me sight first. Not a lot of chests on here. I might dread this. This is gonna be a time killer. You know, I could fight through a lot of things, but this will just kill a lot of time. Let me just see what this other chest is gonna be first. Was EO worth the wait? I would say it's worth the wait. I think there is a lot of things, a lot of attention to detail that they did. There's a lot of care put into this, you know. Whether you agree or disagree with the way the Deep Dungeon is and, you know, how it was set up, there's always gonna be, you know, criticisms and stuff like that. And they're fair. You know, people should definitely express what they feel about the Deep Dungeon, in my opinion. But with that being said, like, you know, I don't think they just slapped something together and just like hope for the best. I think they really put some care into how this was designed, and I think it was nice. I think it was a well-made one. I'm trying to decide what I want to do. I kind of want to do a double dip, but it's almost unnecessary. I could just actually now... I'm gonna Serenity, because I just picked one up. Let's do it. I personally enjoy doing EO lower floor bosses more than Behemoth. Yeah. See, Onra is a little bit of a lower for me, just because he's like a lot more simpler. A lot of the bosses here I do like way more than many of the bosses in the previous Deep Dungeons, that's for sure. Alright, we have Spectre, which I do want to pull to demonstrate him. One of the more dangerous enemies, but once you figure him out, it's not too bad. I'm gonna pull this Gugu first. And watch the Spectre here. Oh god! I just realized where I was gonna position myself by a trap. Getting out of here. Alright, let's see where the Spectre's going. He is going straight. Seeing, yeah. Absolutely. I think I'll come back for that one. Okay, so a Wraith is pretty standard. It's a standard Wraith. However, the scream that it does a non-telegraph and it's late. So you just have to assume that it's going to be a big point blank, so definitely run away from it. It'll fire off, see the AoE right there, boom. It'll then follow up with a usual AoE on you, which is the typical Wraith thing. But the tricky one is the scream, because it doesn't show it right away. Muhammad would be 99 boss, I heard the game, at least 50 boss. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't have made sense with the lore though, right? Like, the lore wouldn't have made sense if it was, but that's fair. Alright, Screamer running out. Almost ran back into it. Alright, let's see what we got over here. Alright, I'm gonna pull the Gubu, just so I don't have him running around here. Seal us down, not that it matters. Oh, I gotta watch out for the pull-in. You should do it again. One. These are beefy enemies, they got a lot of HPs, that's why I'm a little concerned a bit on time. I'm a little bit happy I didn't use the Dread though, I'd rather use a Flight, which I think I will use on the next floor. Okay, we will pull a Spectre next to showcase what a Spectre does. That is proximity, a Spectre is. And this is one of the enemies you really want to know what it does before you really pull it, otherwise it's going to be quite the adventure. So here, okay, so we'll pull. Alright, it's going to have left-right, like the Chimera from before. So I go my left, my right, or match it left-right. So we're going to go left. Watch the AoE, it's tremendously large. Huge. Now, it'll do either a point blank or a ring, or a donut. You'll see by the name of it. So Ringing Burst is in. The other one is called Surrounding Burst, which is out. And it is very fast. really want to know what it does. Otherwise, you're probably dead. So be very careful with that. Alright, and now we pull a Nightmare Pegasus, which is also called a Pegasus. So this one will do similar to the elephants, and similar to the Kelpie. It's going to gap close in, followed by an AoE. There you go. That's all it does. And it also will do a double attack, I believe. Oh god! Well, I didn't know it did knockback, but guess what? It does a knockback. You have to always make it exciting, you know? So it does a knockback. Ow, can you not? Honestly, I didn't know it knocked back, but there it goes. Out of here. He has some aim? Yeah. Sure has some aim. Yeah, I'm learning too. Everyone's learning in the chat, that's right. No? Okay, we have to pull the Wraith because the Wraith is proximity. I'll just prove that right now. We'll get close to it and then walk. Okay, so that's proximity. Watch the... yeah. Yeah. Chug! Man, I wish we still had knockback in this game. That'd be so funny. Used to have knockback. Machinist used to have blank, which is a knockback. But not anymore. My time is getting worse and worse. But I don't regret the Serenity here. Right. We're going to do a flight here because time is getting a little sus. So all affluence flight to speed up a little bit. That should hopefully be enough to not really worry too much about time. Gloom though. But this is flighted. Witching, we'll hold on to that just in case. Alright, we got that one. I'll pull this Sportoy. Gigantic AoE, and then we have to run close to it. Getting close to prepare for the Conal. Good. Hello, first timer says fabulous. Took interest in Deep Dungeon after EO was released, and started learning to learn from Finn. Oh, what a good teacher he is. Welcome in. I hope Finn has been treating you well. And amongst the content creators who do want to do Deep Dungeon, we just want you to succeed. That's all it is. And however that happens, we'll try to make it happen. But I hope you're having a blast. And yeah. Welcome to the climb. Welcome to the community. Always read Triple Triad for the second cast Sportoy and laugh. He's challenging you to play a card aggressively. I didn't think of that, you know. I thought of that too, like Triple Triad, Triple Trial. Yeah. I played as a duo. Oh, nice. Okay, okay. Thanks to... Hold on, I'm getting my butt kicked. Thanks to everything I've learned and I'm having a lot of fun, my Necro 10's find out. Ooh, okay. That's not bad. A little bit of prog, a little bit of prog. 170 is pretty damn good for an attempt, so... Awesome. You're hunting EO down as your first solo, huh? A good choice. I think it's a really good choice for lots of people to try to do this one first. To try to solo this one first. Oops. That's my opinion. Nice crit. Oh, come on. Fine. You want to do that? Fine. See if I care. Come at me. I do have a witching. Oh, it had to be an imp. Oh, it had to be 2 imps! Cool! I'm not gonna be able to heal out this way. I do have raising up. Come on. Okay, chicken and toad. Manageable. If it popped out, I would probably die in 2 hits. Look at that, Gego! Hello, Gego. That's my good friend Gigolian. Wonderful streamer, very cozy stream over there. I know I was watching a little bit of the game you were playing, at least at the beginning of stream. It looked very interesting, and I hope it went well for the day. I'll get you a shout out when I get a chance. Welcome in. I entered this demon here if it's your first time doing some deep dungeon. A little bit of a guide type run rather, where I'm kind of over explaining the run and talking about little things and, you know, answering any questions that might come along. So far, the run has been pretty damn solid outside of this mimic that's trying to kill me, but that's besides the point. Hope the stream went well. Also had a fun time listening to you guys while I was sleeping for Tiny Tina, so I hope you all had fun yesterday. Okay, my thing is down, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. And, oh, Pravius, I appreciate the prime, thank you so much. Shout out to Mr. Gego. Guys, check him out. Love his streams. I'm usually chilling in his streams whenever he's live, so it's a damn good stream, man. Be sure to check him out. Far changing tide. Okay. The games tonight were very relaxing, very awesome. So far, I guess it's 2 games, but they were both called Far, right? Fabius, thank you for that Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. And I do wish you good luck. Oh, also anyone else too. You're welcome to join the Discord. If you want to talk to me, talk to Finn as well, after stream and all that stuff, that is the place to go. Okay, so this is bad, because this is gonna put me down to 1 Serenity, and this is gonna take me a lot of time. So I will Serenity, but man, if I get another one, I'm in trouble. You're watching feels awesome. Awesome. I do wish you luck on that one. I'm gonna pull this. Gotcha. Interesting, okay. Yeah, the lone sales was pretty cool to watch. Oh god. Oh god, I'm dead. Okay, how am I not dead? Because I'm pretty good at this game, that's why I'm not dead. The game said no. Not today. I'm Stu. A very poor mechanical player, so I need to play more resilient jobs. I can't do stuff that you're doing right now. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say a lot of people can probably do it. This is just, you know, this is just a lot of geek hours put into the one game mode. That's it. It's like not the recommended method of gameplay, you know, but at the same time, at least it shows you what the limits are. Yeah, like tanks are good for that, especially on the bosses. But you know, some instincts start to kick in when panic starts to happen. You know. Speaking of panic, we're definitely going to be in a problem with time. I gotta go faster. I'm probably looking at a Dread for 89. We'll see. The advertisement of getting demi-clones have not even come in, but I haven't even seen any silver chests at all, so... I haven't gotten much demi-clones up here right now. Surrounding Verse, we are out of here. That is Surrounding Verse, that's the other version of what you see. I haven't seen his strength. I did use one Storm, but yeah, time is interesting. My left. I'm in, Ringing Burst. Where are the chests, dude? I'm not even getting any chests out here. Okay, we have one enemy who we have not fought. It is the Aramon, which is not a bad one at all. It's a pretty easy one, but we'll definitely fight it so you can see it. I will pop the steel as well. It will just cast Stone, but it will do a fairly fast line AoE. So you want to fight this close range. Blistering Blink, that is the one. Look how big it is and look how far it is. So not really a great one to kite, but you're not really want to kiting this anyway. Okay. Having time down a warrior. My Necro attempt, do you think I could make it as Reaper, or should I try? I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying it. Honestly, you're not going to know until you try it, and every player is going to play this game differently, so I wouldn't have the answer to know if you're going to be good on Reaper. But one thing is, don't feel that you're wasting time. Don't feel that by diving into a new job, you're going to like lose the progress. The progress carries over. It's just kind of packaged in a different job, that's all it is, so it'll carry over. And you may like it, you may not. I mean, the two differences between those two is that, you know, Reaper is going to have a much easier time on Behemoth, but a way harder time on Godfather, whereas Warrior will have a much more difficult time on Behemoth, but then a much easier time on Godfather. So, kind of just depends on what kind of difficulty you're aiming for. But yeah, you're not going to know until you try it, honestly. And both those jobs are great. At its full capacity, both those jobs are fantastic. Don't turn. Good. I gotta wait for the other Pegasus to move, though. But this is really good, right? Actually, I don't need to wait for the other Pegasus to move. God damn it. I did want to check that chest no matter what, even if it was going to be a Mimic. Time is still a little sus, though. If I get a really big room on the next floor, I might be screwed. So I think I might do a flight to conserve on the Dread. Otherwise, he might be a little bit tight on time. Well, the boss is going to take about 5 minutes, assuming I don't die, so we're not going to lose too much time there. I think I might flights. This is a good run, though. This is a good run in the sense that it's not like a pushover run. It's not a run that, like, you know, the game's just giving me everything and it makes it look too easy. Like, this one is a little bit challenging. And I think people learn better from the challenging runs. You know, like, I'm not making very many mistakes here. This is just what the game's giving me, so it's a good run. It was tight, yes. Do you think Warrior is still a good option for the first time Necro run? Oh, I think so. I think it's a great option. Oof. I have Steel. Okay. I have a Spectre coming in. We should be okay on this fight with the Steel on. Gotta really respect the Spectre, though. Man, the no items have been a little brutal. I'm gonna have to fight through this. My left. Can't make a mistake. Winging in, that is in. My left. staying in. Another Spectre. One, two, three, four. My right. Under 50%. No irritation. I mean, the harder... I'm out of here. The harder part is, like, setting up the lust. That's the more difficult part. But in essence, you want to plan out your rotation. It's a pretty set fight. Half full HP. I mean, I honestly would recommend checking out videos for the best thing. I think, honestly, I could verbally say it, but the best way is to probably check out a video. But it's basically lining up your heals correctly, using them in the most efficient way, and pushing him as close as you can to the 15, so you can get this much damage out. Lethargy. I'm gonna pull the Spectre. Kitsu, hello, welcome in. My right. Okay, I need to respect the next mechanic here. Surrounding, I'm out of here. And we are almost out, which is good. Really good for the steel. If I didn't have the steel, this would be really complicated. My right, my right, my right. But man, I will say, like, the Protomanders on this set have been pretty trash. I have barely picked up anything at all. Got a strength back. Got a fortune back. I'll check the other one first. These in the server are scary patrols. If you're used to them, I think it's okay. Like, you just have to be pretty confident. Confidence goes a long way. If you're confident in them, it's not bad. There's easy ways to handle the chimeras as well, and I'll definitely try to showcase them. You gotta respect the next mechanic here. I'm out of here. I really hope I'm out in the next kill, otherwise this is gonna be very bad. Okay, good. This is great. So we're just gonna go now, because I have enough time for the boss. Palms are actually... Protomanders are not fantastic, but we'll go through an explanation. I'll do the explanation now. This fight is fast. There's going to be 3 phases to this fight. And you have to pay attention to numbers and a lot of geometry. And I'll try to explain it as we go along. We'll probably see about 3 rotations, so I'll do my best. Also, I highly recommend doing a steal here. A steal will save you from potentially getting one shot. Onion Knight comes out. Let's go. This is a fast fight, so pay attention and listen closely on this one, alright guys? First pattern's coming out right away. We're going to be looking for 1, 2, 3 in order. Looking for the on top of the heads of the drones. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this one is a little bit tougher. So this will be a triangle conal, followed by a line AoE in the first 4 lines. Followed by a circle donut by the spear. We get in. And then we're into here, which is a donut as well. So that's the first one. So you have to figure out 1, 2, 3. The order will change each time. So you need to be very careful and very attentive to which one. This is the tank buster. It's a real tank buster. Even with steel, it's going to do pretty nasty damage. Next one, we're going to be positioning ourselves in a specific manner, which is over here. We got the thing in front of us and to the right of us. We're going to be making a circle because there's going to be circle AoEs that are going to come out for you. And we're going to bait them out before we start dodging the other line AoEs coming in. Here we're going to wait for a fresh one, and then we move into it. And then we do the same thing, wait for the fresh one, and then move into it. The circling around the boss allows the baiting of the circle AoE, so it makes it a little bit easier to dodge those. Next set, we're going to look for the eggs. I'm only looking at the eggs, and this will give us the answer to this puzzle. we are going to be over here. So the one up top there is facing out, and the one up top here is facing this way. The safe spot will be over here. Depending on where the eggs show up is the answer to how to do that. Hopefully we get different patterns there, and then it repeats. It's a fast fight. Looking at 1 and 2 and 3. So now it is the conal first into the donut into away from line AoE. So here, donut, out of here, and in. Now this guy can do cross lasers. If you see cross lasers, you'll see like a triangle into circles. So you just kind of stand in the circle, and it'll be that. It's hard. I really hope you can see it, but I didn't see it when I was on Ninja either. So, alright, here we're gonna do the rinse and repeat. We're gonna stand here on this side of the arena. We're gonna be baiting the circle AoEs out and making the circle here. This is the way I like to do it, so you can do it differently, but I like doing it this way. 3, 4, 5, waiting for this line AoE and we're going in. 5 AoEs, waiting for this line AoE going in. Alright, mechanic resolved. Now we're looking for the eggs here. Eggs are over there. We're gonna see which way the triangle is facing. The ones behind us does not matter. Same pattern. We stand right here, be safe, because of the geometry here. If you can see it pretty clearly, that's where the geometry is, that's why that's the safe spot. Alright, now we're looking for 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to go conal, then donut, then line, and then we'll see what the boss is in the middle. Into here. Into the here. It didn't give me cross laser. But when you get cross laser, just stand away from the line and stand like kind of next. They'll see like a giant circle, and that's what you want to stand on. I wish we can demonstrate it, but sometimes this boss doesn't cooperate. I actually barely get cross laser when I do it myself. Okay, making our circles here. 5 AoEs. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, going in. Going in. If you do not have steel, that has a very strong potential to one-shot you. I'm actually going to hold damage here on purpose so we can see one more rotation. Except Onion Eye doesn't care, because he's just going to kill it. So, anyway, saw a lot of it. Unfortunately, I didn't see too much of the variation on this fight. But at least we were able to showcase enough of it, so hopefully that'll be good. If you get... So with Steel on, if you get hit with any of the mechanics, you won't die, even as a DPS. You'll be able to survive, you know, at least 1, maybe 2 hits back-to-back. But if you have Onion Knight out or one of the Demi-Clones, they can heal you back up, so that's where it's really useful. Let me catch up and chat a little bit. Yeah, for me, the one I remember is the Shadowbringer boss, because I never did Alexander, but I know Alexander does have it. Actually, I think the Twinning has it, right? When you fight that Alexander, it also has it to some extent. So it's a little bit similar to those, but if you've never done any of them, just think of it as like a 4-point laser, where it goes north, south, east, west, so standing intercardinal will be safe. That's maybe the best way I can describe it. Again, I wish we could showcase it to you, but... Hey, Juan, thanks for being here, man, as always. I will, and hopefully we will wrap this up. The Protomanders are a little spicy, so this is going to be actually a kind of a interesting run, but we'll try our best. Slammo, do you know what the highest ether you can get from... What's the highest ether... Oh, you mean the Aether Pool? You mean, like... just to kind of get a clarification, because when you're getting armor, sometimes it doesn't upgrade. You can... Okay, here's the thing. You can theoretically get 99 on floor 1. There is not a 0% chance to get an upgrade, but it's a low percent chance to upgrade. Once you step into 31, into the higher floors, I believe it is guaranteed that you will get upgrades, but in 21 to 30, there is a percentage. I don't know what the percentage is. But usually when we're setting up armor, especially for the solo attempt, I usually recommend 75, and around there, you're still getting it at a pretty high frequency. You don't have to solo at 99.99 if it's your first time. You can solo at 75.75 bare minimal, and you'll be okay. So, but it's never 0%. It'll just be a very low percentage, and that's why it's a little bit tougher. And not, I don't even recommend going 99.99 doing 21 to 30 because it does take slower and slower. Like, eventually you're probably just relying on killing the boss. Although getting the fragments are good because you need them for the regen potions. That's a completely different story altogether. So, speaking of regen potions, I'm actually gonna go outside. I think no, I should be fine. 106, we should be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. Lucius X2X, thanks to follow. I sadly had to stop progging Alexander Ultimate Fight. My color blindness did not allow me to... Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, Velvet. That's an interesting issue. Something I can't even understand, because I'm not colorblind, but damn, that sucks. You find this boss harder than Excalibur? I don't think I'll disagree. Excalibur is pretty straightforward once you understand the mechanics. But the reason I like this fight is because it's fast, so you have to really be quick with the boss, and I really like that a lot. Alright guys, let's wrap this up, shall we? One of everything, pull one of everything, as well as utilize things. Let's do it. Oh, I didn't update my title. What kind of streamer am I? AM plus. Let's do it. Good start. Bad start. I might actually fortune this and rage it. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm gonna actually fortune this. We're gonna do Lethargy here to kind of help me out a little bit. A lot of these enemies will show up on the next floor, but I'm gonna take advantage of this to try to get out of here and to get some, to try to get some chests back. Now, the drones are very scary. They do the same thing like the ice sprites. They do have self-detonate. So look at it. Look at the left side of my attack bar, my enemy bar. You'll see that they are trying to self-detonate. So be very careful with them. Those guys do that, which just happened. I do not want to be close to any of them as they explode. Self-detonate is, I mean, it's just death, so, you know, there's no kind of middle ground, you're just dead. Hopefully I can get to this ADS. A lot of these are proximity, by the way, so it does make it a little bit complicated and annoying. Looks like I'm gonna have to fight them. Switching came back. I just reloaded all my damage clones. So that worked out real nice. Strength coming in. Intuition. Lethargy. Got the Lethargy back. So that was a very, very good, very, very good call. Because I'm gonna dread at some point anyway. May as well get the maximum use of it, and we got the maximum use of it on this one with all the pickups, so that was really good. Okay, strength. My only concern, Neo, is like, you know, am I gonna be able to pull everything? That's my only concern. Alright, so this one will do a line AoE. It's relatively... like, it's not a super fast one, so it's not bad to dodge. I think it would be the same speed normally as the one from Heaven on High. I think maybe even actually the Heaven on High is a little bit faster. But again, the thing that's more scary with this one is its self-detonate. That's the one that you want to be worried about. And hey, Lethargy, we were talking about it earlier, really good protomander to help you learn enemy mechanics if you're a little bit unsure. I will be trying to pull stuff without it though. The mining drone is sound, so we want to walk here because we can avoid the aggro with the sound aggro here. But everything else is proximity. Okay, I'm gonna do an affluence into an alteration. Let's get to the next floor and start pulling everything at least once. It's fantastic if you're going blind. Man, did that help me a lot. Because what's funny is that if people are watching this video, they're probably not going blind, right? Okay, Gloom. A little bit bad. Lethargy helps. I am actually not going to use the Lethargy for now. There's a reason for that. Did I mention that? Oh yeah, oh hell yeah, dude. We had to be very careful when we were fighting them. Okay. I got 2 ADSs coming in here. I'm gonna steal. Should be fine. Alright. First, Mining Drone. First bowl of Mining Drone. These guys do 4-hit knockback. You want to position against the wall. Be very careful. This is a wombo combo type of attack. It's gonna follow with a gigantic AoE here. So it is kind of designed to push you back and then catch you off guard that way. So you want to get into a wall. You can, what do you call it? You can surecast and arm's length to avoid the knockback. But just to keep it simple, I like to just position myself against the wall. It is in front of it, so just pay attention. Okay, that is the Mining Drone, normal speed. This is called a Mimic. Very boring, doesn't do anything special. Other than waste your time. Theo kickable? Unfortunately, I can't do that on Machinist, right? But so for me, I don't fight them. I completely ignore them. And the reason why I ignore them is because they are sound. So you can just get past them all the time. So I would just rather fight anything else other than them. I know I saw ADSs a while ago. I'm gonna pull the egg. Serenity. Alright, the egg just does very similar to what it just did on the boss. It's just a conal AoE. And best to go behind him for that. There you go. That's it, that's all it does. It's also proximity. We are purposely fighting this at normal speed so you guys can see the actual speed of the attacks. So I ignored the lethargy for this. Next coming up, ooh, both of them. Okay, I'm gonna pull one. So this is proximity. This thing will open with high voltage. Very good for me being a fizz range because I can stop it. Other than that, it is a massive AoE. Very big. Basically have to go out of range to dodge this. I might showcase that. Now we're looking for in or out. Repelling is out, winging is in. Looking for the name of the attack. Repelling, we are out of here. Okay, high voltage, I'm running out of this thing. Just so you can see how far it is. That's how far it is. Okay, what is this? Oh, sure. Okay, we open sure. I pretty much fought everything, right? Go fight this again. I'm out. I haven't been doing this for too long, so maybe it's just me, but does bloom reduce enemy, reduced? No, about the same. It's never done that historically, I don't think it does appear. Or rather, I highly doubt it does appear. What is this? Oh, that's a lethargy, right? Did I pull everything already? I think I did. This is a little nasty. Oh, that's okay. We'll use lethargy now. And I'm gonna... I could fight one more thing before I have to pop... Wait, something else is here? No, it's here. This is the strength, and then the exit has the chest. Okay. I got a little thrown off there. I'll pop the strength already. Okay, 2 enemies here that I can fight. We'll do the drone. They're both proxy to me, so... EO looks really fun. Once I'm done with Heaven on High, I'll probably... Yeah! And definitely tell me what you think about it. It's a different one, you know? It's a different deep dungeon. Some people like it, some people hate it. But that's like with any deep dungeon. Some people like it, some people hate it. But the only way you'll find out is going in yourself. The only way you'll know. Okay, small problem here. Because that is detonating, I need to wait for it to detonate to see if I need this kill. So I'm gonna wait for it to go boom, and then we'll decide to pull. So this was the problem with the Ice Spike with Lethargy as well. And we do need a kill. Double the Orthos system. Look how big that AoE is. I like EO because it's more based on knowledge. Shown on high is the absolutely melted auto attack, something you find frustrating. See, it's funny, because I find that more exciting, personally. But, everyone will have their preferences, right? Affluence. We'll do it again. It's different skill sets, yeah. And everyone will prefer one or the other, which is fair. Which is completely fair, honestly. I'll clear up the exit first, and then we'll do the back, the other one, if I need to. This hasn't been a great floor to have to decide to fight to, but it could be a lot worse, that's for sure. My steel's about to drop. Now, this move is instant, even though he is lethargied, but his follow-up move is going to be slowed down tremendously. Appreciate how big this AoE is. It's, you know, it's sizable. I almost forgot I was gonna do it again. Okay, position on a wall. What I use affluence and alteration together. So it does increase the chance of treasure rooms. Also, I am looking. So I am trying to increase the chance of treasure rooms here with that combination. Also, to be fair, I just wanted to use the affluence and I wanted to combine it with something. I'll sit on the flights for a little bit. But basically, what I'm hoping for in the next room. Best case scenario, you get a treasure room of Corrigans, which is perfect. If you get a treasure room of Mimics, then I'm still gonna nuke it. But there's a high chance I get chests out of it because of it. So the possibility of restocking is high if I combine the two of them. So like, if you use a Flight, Affluence, or Alteration, you are increasing the chance of a treasure room. And even for like for people doing points, that's really good. But even for like getting more protomanders, it's not a bad idea. And we have an auto heal, which means we are gonna do a fortune directly into a storms. I'm gonna take advantage of that. Gotta watch out for these guys. We got Gorgons. Gotta watch out for these doggos. They will do an AoE. That AoE, if I remember correctly, drops you to 1 HP. If you get hit with it, it doesn't actually outright kill you. But it's still not a great thing to get hit by. Unite. Close enough. Unite. No, it's okay, Kitsu. It's a little bit of a newer strategy. Hey, that's why we're doing. That's why something like this is. That's why we're doing videos like this, so we can show you. Can't expect everyone to know that, you know. I just bypassed the silver chest. Okay, well, who cares? Yep, they won't aggro you. We can demonstrate that right now with that ADS, but let me kill these Gorgons first. Actually, I'm gonna come back. This ADS was proximity, and watch as we go by them, he will not care. That's another nice thing about the thing. Well, I mean, not that he doesn't care, it's just, you know... Doga. Switching... This was a pretty good fortune for it. My thing is up. 3 demi-clones in this set. Une, and a Doga. There was that AoE coming out, but we were fine. You know, if I see another Zag, I'll probably take it on purpose so you guys can see what it does. That one I know what it does, so I'm not really concerned about that. Oh no, we're not gonna see another because I killed it. How's showing a demi-clones? You know, they're more exciting in terms of strategy. I think Magicite technically is still stronger, but on the bosses, they're way better on the bosses. Because all of them are useful on the bosses, not just like one of them. So for the bosses, they're way stronger. Nice time. At least I saw my abilities. So let's set up the next floor. I'll do an affluence. Not sure. I guess I'll play. I guess I don't have a steal. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, Onion Bro is way more common than Odin, that is for sure. Off-light. Damn, we keep getting affluences. Alright. That's 93. I think 94 we still get a lot of the same enemies, so I want to fight some of those enemies. We did get blinded though, so that kind of sucks. But we should be okay. Oh, and Gloom? Ew. I did get a steal, so I'd be more likely to use that. So let's do a strength and a steal here, as well as another affluence. Let me wait for these to walk by and I'll pull them. Gozers are pretty standard. They do similar things like they do in Heaven on High. It'll be a swipe first into a swing. But the swing is interesting because they gap close. So I'm gonna pull you. The first thing they're gonna do is a swipe in front to get behind. There it is. Can't really see it, but now it's gonna gap close. That'll be the indicator that it'll do the swing. There's the gap close, and then it's swing. And that's all it does. Welcome to Gozu. Now I gotta stay kinda close because it'll do a swipe again. So I don't want to be too far, otherwise I'll get caught. There it is. Alright, now next pull we're gonna do the Mother Bit. Mother Bit will start with an Elegant Gravity, which is an AoE on you, followed by a line attack, which is very fast, so you need to get behind it really quick. One of the best sound effects in the game though, and coolest animations. Laser beamed into the face. That's all it does. Some people call this the USB charger. Yeah, I'll take it. Paying attention just in case it decides to do the Citadel Buster. Again, it is fast. The Poetic Stone is the Poetic Stone. This is the same thing you get from Heaven on High. This is the reward, the Tombstone. USB Tome, yeah. It is proximity, by the way, so I can't get that chest going around the right side. I'm gonna go around the left side. I think it just moved, actually, so we should be okay. Alright, we're not pulling another one only because I want to pull the other stuff. The Orthosystem will let that one pass, so I can pull some of the other stuff, like the Zagnol. The Zagnol that does the AoE Beastly Roar, he's another one, he's like the Ape, where he's more deadlier out of combat than he is in combat. I did see one on the right side, but I'm gonna wait for this Orthotor to move and decide where he's going, because if he goes in this direction, I can't go here. He is going straight. Alright, let's pull the Zagnol. The Zagnol. So all he's gonna do is gonna do a targeted pounce, which is just a targeted gap closer. It's really nothing impressive, that's it. That's all he does. But out of combat, he does do the Beastly Roar, which you saw. And again, just to reiterate, I believe that will drop you down to 1 HP. I'm actually not sure if it cleans you out if you have lower than, you know, X amount of HP, but I know it does drop you to 1 HP, because I got hit with it before. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get hit with it, so just don't get hit with it, but you have to be very careful about them. Okay, full Serenity is very good. If I could survive one more floor, then we'll have Serenities all the way up. And our time is pretty good, so I'm not really worried about that. Alright, so anything else new that we haven't pulled yet? Orthotor again. Sphinx! We can build a Sphinx. Sphinx is not too bad. It'll do a gaze into Swinge. Swinge you dealt with on 21 to 30. But this probably paralyzes you or something that stops you in place, so that you get hit with Swinch. There's Swinch, no different than the usual. There you go, that is the Sphinx. Welcome to Sphinx. Has a very robotic type of sound to it. Turning. Into Swinch. You like to call it the sneeze. Right. There's a Dread Beast on the floor. Did anyone know that? I didn't. There's also a chest over there, which I'm not going to pick up. It's a silver chest, so I don't really care. Yeah, the Sphinx's sight. The bit, again, is proximity, so we can get around to the exit over here. I will check this chest, even if it's a mimic. It is not. The next floor. So we have 95, 96, 97, 98. So we got 4 more floors to fight through. I could do 2 demi-clones and 2 dreads to get off the floor. So on this one in particular, we can do a demi-clone. No. Let's do Una here. That one was defense. I'm gonna pull a Chimera since we haven't seen that one yet. Alright, Chimera will gap close into one of the voices. Rams or Dragon, your typical one. It is Ram, so we're getting out. It'll then follow with a couple voices. We'll keep this simple. Dragon or Engulfing. What I like to do is I just like to run behind to keep it very, very simple. Now, if you stay behind the Chimera, it will do Scorpion Tail, which is a back attack, a tail spin. So just bear that in mind if you're too far behind. Dragon voice. So again, to simplify this fight... Why did I pull you? To simplify this fight, any of the voices, whether it's Engulfing or Dragon, just run behind and you're going to be safe. So be careful about being behind because of the Scorpion Tail. I wonder if I can demonstrate it here. I'm going to stay behind this entire time, see if he uses it right away. He does not Eternal Footing. I think he'll use it after a voice if I do it. So that's your Chimera, not too bad at all. It's honestly still easier than the other Chimeras in Deep Dungeons. He takes it. Fortune. Does it one-shot you? Actually, when I got hit with it, I didn't die, but I wasn't 100% sure. Alright, anything else we haven't pulled? Mithridates. So this one just does a gigantic conal in front. You want to get behind. Really cool animation, though. Moving out because of the Orthotor. Are there any enemies that cannot get petrified by Doga? Nothing that I know of does not avoid petrify. I think every single thing can get petrified. Fighting this because it's in my way. Also, nothing new over here. Getting ready for swipe. Get ready for the swing coming in next. Here it is. Over now. A spitter is here. No, that's a Zagnol. Okay. We'll deal with the fitters when we see it. Swipe. Got my flight again, so that's nice. I guess I can flight. One's flight. Yeah, his Petrify does make mobs a little weird, but... Chimera is Sight, by the way. I'll demonstrate that real fast. It's Sight, unlike its predecessors, or, yeah, which is all proximity. It is Sight. A lot of damage, but we're fine. Have to stay a little quiet there so I can focus in. Luckily their attacks are staggered enough so I can manage this as such. You know, a little spicy. I think I can beat the thing. Good. Check the other rooms for real fast. I'm not gonna adventure too far out. Honestly, I'm trying to see if there's something I haven't pulled, to be fair, but... I think everything got pulled up until now. Pull the mother bit. Okay, Chimera's coming in. Incoming Citadel Buster. Getting out of that line of sight. Or rather, line AoE. Okay, next floor is flighted. Time is fine. I can Serenity all the way up. Not even sweating, dude. Easy game. That is an instant Serenity. Onionites! Is this a flighted floor? So I think what I'll do is we'll do another Affluence into another Flights. We do have Friendos here that are new. Which I'll pull straight away. Without Doga. So this is going to do a big tonal AoE first, which is like I think called like Diffuser? Diffusion Rod. Okay, the next thing it's going to do is called Brainjack. Brainjack will give you a 3-second confusion, followed by an AoE on top of you. It's not bad, you just have to run away from the AoE after this. Like that. So it's a little bit similar to the tail screw from the Yabby earlier. Oh, no. Okay, so it's a little bit similar to the tail scoop from the Yabby earlier. So that can be one way to try and think about it. Alright, these guys, now I'm gonna get Doga out. Because I wanted to kind of showcase that specific enemy. These guys, not too eventful. They're gonna open up with a conal AoE if they get a chance. And then they will try to buff themselves with Steam Clean. And I think it's an attack buff. I haven't seen it go off yet, but, you know, it's kind of like a DPS check, a mild DPS check. Roto Swipe is in front. Sorry. I kind of LOS there. That's what it does. That's all it does. Not too bad of a pull at all. I think we do have Fitters coming in. I just don't know how much of an attack buff it is. That's my only thing. Like, I don't know how big of an attack buff it is, if it's just gonna chuck you, but... Alright, we have the Deadly Fitter. The Fitter do kind of a... They do Unholy, which is an AoE. This is one of the ones that are bugged, because if you lethargy them, sometimes they will instantly cast it for whatever reason. So just be very careful. Amongst anything else, just be careful of the Fitter, because they're gonna be like the 8s. You get hit with their AoE, you're dead. Now, what they do is not too bad. Elegant Fear is a gaze. if you get hit with Elegant Fear, it will then follow with Elegant Meteor. But it will not do Elegant Meteor if you do not get hit with the gaze. So it's a pretty simple fight, and it's a lot better just to deal with them as opposed to ignoring them. See them, kill them, basically. Hold on, let me do this first. It's funny, like, under normal circumstances I would have used Doga a lot sooner, but the thing with Doga is that he will mess up some of the mechanics here. So if I'm trying to showcase what these things do, Doga's a bad idea. It's a little bit funny. So that's why I didn't use him right away, because I wanted to showcase a couple of what some of the enemies do. I think I can beat the Chimera and the thing. Now, I think we've pulled everything, right? I think we've pulled one of every single enemy up till now. I'm trying to think. I think we have. We should be good to go. I mean, does anyone want to see anything else? Like any other mechanics you guys want to see? Because I think we pulled everything. Because in that case, I'm just gonna go to the end. It's just, we showed everything, we don't need to do anything more. Outside of the fitters being annoying, but that's a different story altogether. Yeah, I think I got everything. Affluence, I'll do the affluence. I'm gonna lethargy. So here's the fitter. Got a Sony back, sweet. 50. So there's the AoE. Again, it's called Unholy. If you stand in that, you are dead. There's another one over there. I needed to pull it so I can cancel the attack. Good. That's an unholy range. It isn't. It's a rather unholy range, yes. Get smacked in the butt. Oh, we can just go. Alright, well, I'm just gonna go then. Nothing else to really showcase here. We're pretty much... And we didn't really go crazy on the Protomanders. We didn't pick up crazy things. We didn't use crazy things, but this is just how this goes, you know? We go to the next floor as is. Another strength, pretty good. Alright, now last floor before the special boss at 99. They put this in compared to the previous 3D dungeon, so 99 is actually a boss. Double buff, we were talking about this. Is it always a triple buff? It is not always a triple buff. In this case, it is a double buff. I'm gonna surrender. Portion. Gonna lethargy. Let me check this chest and then we'll go. Steal. I'll use it later. Good. The Durga is proximity. If I did not mention that. Air proximity. Hey Blappy. Been doing this blind, so avoiding Twitch. Good luck on the... Hey! Oh, nice! So that means you got you cleared. Good, good, good. Well, welcome back. Hey, bless you staying blind to this, you know. This was a really fun challenge blind. We'll come later. Yeah. This was a really fun challenge doing this blind, and I really encourage people to try it blind. Because if you're here, you're not doing it blind anymore, but, you know, you get the jokes. Haven't seen anything like that. I mean, maybe the 99 boss is kind of that special enemy, you know? But it is guaranteed, to be fair, but... Christian... I have one rolling running. So I came back, good. It's your favorite thing? Yeah, I like it a lot, too. Slide again. Did I talk about the Orthos with a what? Alteration. Run the... You got it. Oh, I missed one. Well. Oh. Hey, Ponta. We beat 99 in the first try, winning like 10 coin flips in a row without realizing it until after. Damn. Hey Gabby, thanks for the 28. Alright, shall we do the boss? We have 2 attempts at this boss. Try my best to explain this, like I did with the ninja one. We got lucky here? It's fair. Let's go. Onion Bro coming out to help. Highly recommend keeping a demi-clone for this fight, unless you're really comfortable, but really you should be having a demi-clone for this fight. Oh, before we start, see these, see this little, star X on the ground right here? I'm gonna put a marker down, but I'm gonna erase the marker right here, okay? That spot in particular is a safe spot for one of the mechanics later for Exuglatius. It's all over the floor, every single one of them is a safe spot. So remember that, just so it's a little bit easy to remember, right there. Let's go. Can you have more than one? You cannot. You also cannot override the one you currently have. You can't have more than one. Alright. Let's go. First mechanic. This is going to give us a debuff. Look at my debuff on the right side of my hotbar. We're looking for fire and ice. So we have fire. Next thing we need to do is kind of do the opposite thing. So it's like a hot cold. Here, wherever he's facing, I'm going to go behind him, because he'll do an AoE, similar to Innocence. This will also leave needles on the ground. But because of this next mechanic, we kind of simplify it. I'm going to be going ice here, so it'll be on the left side. We're also going to stay on this side. I'll kind of get the camera over here so you can see where the AoE is coming in. I want to be ice because I has fire. There's that AoE. If you stand in the middle, you are dead. Thermal divide, so don't stand in the middle. Next mechanic here, he's going to do a called blade. It's just a setup. After this, it'll be an in or an out. We're going to be looking at the name to know which one it is. It is going to be out for solid. We're also going to stay intercardinal for a specific reason. And that's the reason why. The north, south, east, west is going to be bad, but if you're standing in the intercardinal, you'll be able to avoid that one already. And if it gets another pattern, which has red lines, it'll avoid there also. Same thing, we go directly behind for Caliburni, even though there's more lines. Here we're going to be observing the element that we have, and we're going to observe the element that it will have. So we are taking ice. He's going to cast flame or frost. It is flame, so we are fine. We do not want to take damage. Free spot is going to be next to a needle over here on any of them, so we can stand here. It is solid, so that means it is out. And intercardinal again. You'll then use that flame ability. So if you got it wrong, then you're dead. But we got it right, so we're okay. Alright, next up is X-Flaminus. We're going to see AoEs coming out. You're going to stand on the outside. Go to the ones that explode last. So I'm going to stand on this one, going in. Waiting for this one, going in. Waiting for that one, going in. Waiting for the other one, going in. And that is resolved. That's kind of the easiest way I can do it. Highly recommend you stand on the outside. Here we're going to go for ice. So I'm going this side because I have flame. For the X-Flaminus, go on the outside circles. Earlier I did the inside and got really complicated. So go on the outside to avoid them. Keeping my potion up for the heals, even though Onion Bro is healing me. This whole thing will repeat now. We're getting the Innocence lines needles here, standing directly behind him. We're going to get a element, and then it's going to get an element, and then we see if we need to swap or not. We are getting ice, and we are paying attention to what he has. It is off, so we have to get hit with fire to swap our thing. We do not want to be the same. I'm going to stand on this line to take the fire to swap me to fire. Empty is in. That's the other one we haven't seen yet. It is empty. So we're going in, and we're staying in because of those red lines. And then he does frost. So that's that again. Now we're staying in. I think we're going to see a Glacius, so we're going to be standing on the safe spot here. So we can stand, let's just stand right over here. Right on that X right over here. We don't have to move at all. This will be safe. Kind of boring, honestly. I wish this was more complicated, but that is the safe spot. Now we're going to be looking for fire, which is on the left side. And we have resolved that mechanic, and now it'll go back to the needles, etc. We'll probably get one more phase of either Glacius or Slamius. I'm going behind. Whoop, I'm not paying attention. Yeah, we have some time to adjust. Looking for my elements. We have fire. Looking for his elements. It is frost, so we are not taking damage here. We're gonna hide behind next to the needle so that we can take no damage. And we are standing out and intercardinal. This is a good spot right over here for the safety. And then that's resolved. Now, what should come in as X-Flammies, because it should be opposite of what element I have, but that's not necessarily true, is Glacius. Thank you for proving me wrong. You're standing in the safe spot right over here, and we're chilling on that little X marks the spot. And then we are looking for fire once he jumps. Fire, 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 it's on my left side. Okay, mechanics repeat again. Probably dead before I even see another set, so that's good. We're going behind for this one to keep it simple. Looking for my element. I am ice. Looking for his element. He is fire, so we're taking no damage. I'm going to the safe spot to make it quick. And he is doing out. Intercardinal plus out. Yep, safe. And we're done. There you go. That's 99. Not too bad. I think 90 is more exciting, but once you figure this fight out, it's not too bad. So we gotta have time. Now, here's an interesting thing. I believe it is 2 minutes to walk down the aisle. So it's a longer walk than Palace of the Dead. I believe Finn had a strategy where the moment you kill Excalibur, if you sprint right there, you'll be able to get the sprint there, and you'll have one more sprint down the path, if that matters. So 104 with 2 sprints. 104 with 2 sprints. Yeah, I think it's the longest travel downward. And we get to bring Onion Knight with us. Look at him, dude. He gets to follow along with the path. So that's Machinist. Oh yeah, no Pelican. That's Machinist. This is the job that I think far and away has the most clears. Solo. I don't even think it's a question. So there's a reason it's good. I mean, we didn't really stress too much. I mean, granted, I'm pulling from my previous information. We already have 5 clears under our belt, but we didn't do anything too crazy. Like, we didn't do crazy pulls. We didn't do crazy. I don't think we did any crazy storm pulls. We did kind of very traditional type of strategies. No real landmine ones overall. But yeah, there's your Machinist clear. So it's a good job. I mean, I like it a lot. Not everyone likes Machinist, but I like it a lot. So, you know, it's a good job. And certainly on the surface, it certainly performs well. That's without a doubt. So which class have I cleared? We have cleared. Red Mage was first, followed by Machinist second, Warrior third. I think was Warrior third. I think Warrior was third. And we just did Ninja. Oh, Black Mage and then Ninja. So it was in that order. We just did Ninja earlier today, about 6 hours ago. This is not going to be high score, because my score previously was really good, but that's not a big deal. I wasn't going for a score here. There you go. How would I compare? Ooh, you know, So here's my thing. Red Mage is great, it's a caster, But my problem with the Red Mage, and this is saying from someone who likes Red Mage a lot, is that I subconsciously started to play Red Mage just like a pure DPS. Whereas in Palace and Heaven on High, I was really relying on Vercuring to keep me alive. I felt less and less required to Vercure because I felt like it was just costing me more time. And that was one of the charms that I liked about Red Mage, you know, having the full kit, being the jack of all trades. So you just kind of ended up just being like a regular DPS, just trying to cast magic, and it didn't excite me as much. I still like the fact that it was my first clear, but yeah, it didn't feel too special. Machinist is very straightforward, just do damage and kite. I mean, it's great. It's great with that, and there's a lot of button presses. I mean, it's a fun job to play in my opinion, so I did like it. But there is definitely, you can definitely see, or I can definitely see why Machinist kind of stands out amongst all the jobs, really.